Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm just getting ready to color here. Hey, what's up? So much to do here. All right, let's go here. I'll get to that in a second. I just gotta work this out in my head a little bit. For some reason, my head isn't agreeing with this process tonight. And I don't know why. Hmm. Something is painful about this. Hmm. Kind of know. Only 2.5 hours, huh? Not bad. Still got the floaty things to do, but do that a little. Hey, what's up, dude? Hey, you're one to talk. I learned it from watching you. Hey, you know what you were saying about that joke about, oh hell no and shit, and you didn't want to mention it? Well, Max Landis did, like that night. It was hilarious. I quoted Winston and he faved it, but it was funny. Hey, you want to chat on the Skype, dude, while I'm doing this? Since you don't have to type if you want to just shoot the shit. I got no one to talk to right now, dude. So cool. Yep.
Yo,
Hey, there you are. Hey, everybody, this is Kyle. Kyle, say hi.
hey everybody.
Hey, what's up? These are for future people because there's no one really watching right now.
It's just me. Yo,
Well, it is like 2 a.m., dude.
hey
So,
everybody. This is Kyle. Kyle.
so one sec. Make sure you turn that off. You there, Kyle?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, just make sure you kill your volume on the stream. Yeah. So, man, just it's funny, man. You were like, "Oh, I don't want to mention that because it get you in trouble," and then Max Wright went right out there or Max Landis went right out there and said it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I saw like a couple of articles actually about. I guess a lot of other people were complaining about how stereotype she was playing.
And then she was like, "Oh, I don't even care about that. Like, I'll be honest with you, man, because so that's a stereotypical particle physicist, and that's a stereotypical nerd engineer chick. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
so I don't. I mean, what's Louis Tully? Louis Tully's a caricature too. So I don't know, man. Comedy's gotten really weird in this country the last few years. Like, it's like everyone's like, "Well, this is a trope. That's a trope. That's a trope," and I'm like, "Well, you know." Landis does a good job of writing characters that aren't tropes, and then everyone goes, his movies are weird. Like I can't even relate to him. Like it's the funniest thing. So I don't know, man. Yeah, I figure if the comedian ad libbed it, then that's up to them.
yeah,
Like Jeff Pena and Ant Man was doing the whole Hispanic shtick, but that was him. It's not like they wrote that. So I don't know, man.
yeah. Michael Pena was my favorite part of Ant
Sorry,
Man.
I said Jeff Michael, but yeah,
Yeah,
whatever.
like I thought he was hilarious.
Yeah. Meanwhile, but there are people I know who found it offensive. You know, you believe that shit? I know, and I'm like, man, you just chill out, dude. But okay, I get it. It's their right. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, a tiger with a bare body. Like it looks so weird.
I tried to make it fit better with like the mane coming down, because when
Hmm.
they drew it before in previous books, like it really just looks weird. Like like they shoved the head on there. So I tried to give some steps in the color to.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is it's weird going from an orange head to a brown body. It's like
Right.
that, just that color contrast. Not
Uh,
not used to seeing an animal like that.
yeah. Can you do right?
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying not to overcolor it and see if I can get away with it. I don't know. Sometimes I feel the last few covers I've done, like I was trying to do the digipaint thing, and then I end up losing half the detail. And I'm like, it can just look like a drawing, man. Like I don't know.
Yeah. Is the uh, background like did you paint stuff all done?
Mostly, yeah, it needs like little glows and shit. These little like orbs, like
Yeah.
this thing here. And I'll probably throw a little texture on there, just a little bit, like Full Metal a little bit, like
Hmm.
just to sort of off texture. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it loose like that.
I like it.
Yeah, I think the loose contrasted against the line art looks cool.
Hmm.
I'm just trying to make sure I don't over airbrush these characters. You know what I mean? Get all fucking rendery and shit. It's like I don't know, man. Like
Yeah,
can't really.
leave a little more of the line art showing through.
Yeah, yeah. I think I've overdone it the last few covers, but I was trying to work out the digi paint thing, and then I'm like, I don't know. Like I know how to do it now, so I'm done with that. Yeah, dude. So what I was thinking about the conversation we had on the cast the other day about. I was asking about like cinematography and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, like, I don't think I made myself a little clear on that. My question to you is, let's say you got to look for a film, right? Like, does that start? I don't know. I guess it depends on the budget, right? But I guess does that start in the concept art, and then like a cinematographer, like director for does the DP look at concept art and go, okay, that's the look of the film, or do they then just relight the whole movie based on, you know what I mean? Like, how does that work? Is that
I
I'm just
mean,
trying,
usually the director is involved with the concept art, giving them some of the direction.
mm-hmm.
And so it depends on how much the director establishes with the concept artists. Because, I mean, really, my job is to figure out what the director's got in his head and try to turn that to a picture.
Gotcha.
So I know like Ridley Scott is super involved in like pre-production and stuff, so they could probably grab pre-pro art and be like, "Hey, light it like this."
Yeah, because I was explaining that to, I think, was it Brandon was asking me, so it was Brandon or Mike was asking me, so what does a cinematographer do? And I'm like, oh shit, there's a whole documentary about this. But I was like, basically, dude, like they try to figure out what the director wants and then they light it based on what the director wants. Every now and then a director gets, like Jim Cameron goes over there and moves the light and pisses off, half his fucking crew. So like, I'm like I don't know, man. But I am interested in this day and age, you know, like concerning like, I mean, obviously you don't know about Ghostbusters, but do you think like that it's shot a certain way and then someone else or the director just sits in, a room with the computer guy and then completely just recolors a bunch of shit or overglows? I don't know. Like I gotta wonder like because obviously the special effects aren't being shot on set with the colors and shit. But I just wonder how that works. Like
Yeah, with new Ghostbusters.
yeah, because
Um, I mean, usually they'll shoot some tests before principal photography,
that's
and
right.
the director of photography, if they're shooting digital, will come up with some looks that he wants to be able to apply to the footage while they're filming. And so they usually start with kind of initial on-set looks. That's just a basic, like sort of a basic look that they've come up with, and it'll go off to the colorist, and the colorist will really start dialing it in. And
Gotcha.
depending on the movie, like a lot of DPs like to sit in on the color session, but a lot of times a DP will wrap a movie and he's already going on to his next one.
The next
So
gig, right? Mm.
it really varies. I know effects, they usually will take the footage that's shot and then they'll have to do their effects to work within the lighting scheme that was shot. I mean, obviously they can add some lighting, color, and stuff in post as well. But it's I think it depends really on how well they did their pre-production.
Right.
Like most of the low budget stuff I worked on, uh, a lot of them were effects heavy, but the director does his own effects work, and he's like, I'm like, how should I like? Do you have like a plate shot I can look at so I know what I'm lighting this for? He's like, oh, don't worry, I'll make it fit however you light it. Which don't watch any of the stuff I've shot.
Oh, stop it. You're being mean to yourself. Um, but but yeah, I mean, like I said, I was because Brandon was asking me. He's like, so do you prefer? Because he was talking about what's that guy's name? Um, I'll get the name. Let me open this up because you might recognize the name. Recent. Do, 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 do. Uh, yeah, he was talking about like Clay. You know who Clay Enos is?
I don't.
So apparently, like, so Clay Enos, he's a guy who shoots a lot of shit for Snyder, but he does those production set photos. Like the shit for like Entertainment Weekly. They get those photos of like Batman standing in front of like the car or.
Oh, okay. So
And
yeah,
he was
still
like,
photographer.
right. So he was talking about that. He's like, well, what's the do you prefer that or do you prefer like Larry Fong? And I'm like, well, that's two different things, man. Like a still photographer, that's for like marketing and like I guess mostly marketing, right? Like you don't none of that shit gets used. I don't even know how because it always looks weird to me. Like remember on the Batman Begins there was like Bale sitting on that L train rail and I'm like that got nothing to do with the movie. Vaguely in that one scene where he meets up with Rachel. But I'm like, what Larry Fong does is, I mean, that guy's lighting the whole fucking film, dude. Like, and I gotta wonder if
Yeah,
is he think Snyder's more because the post processing, the post effects, really link up to his style. I just think he has a specific look, like Deakins has a look, Roger Deakins, and I just
yeah.
wonder, like in visual effects movies, how involved they might be, or if that's just something that they're able to carry through, through production based off, whatever, I guess, pre-pro, right? Like concept art or something. Hmm. It's not very well documented, Kyle.
No, no.
Even that documentary I have, dude, about with Southern cinematographers, you see like, a bunch of like, you see, I think you even talked to Deacon, they talked to, Finster, what's his dude from fucking
Fistner.
Dark Fister? Yeah, well, if before he did, it was before he did that movie, The Transcendence.
Ugh.
But it was after The Dark Knight,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they even show some of their setups. Like one guy like stands up the whole time. He's got a stand up rig. It's editing suite or something. It's weird.
Hmm.
Do you line your walls with photos of all your shit, or do you just work so fast you don't have time for that? Like,
Me?
yeah,
I work too fast.
right. You guys
Like,
like shoot shit and then it's done, right?
yeah, like everything I'm on is like we don't have enough money, so we're gonna try to do this in way less time than we should. All
Nice.
right. Mm. Like, like most everything I've done feature wise, like we don't have any storyboards, no concept art, like usually not even a shot list. Yeah, like I've I've talked with the directors on some of these things. I'm like, all right, you're working on a shot list, right? They're like, oh yeah, we'll have a shot list. Like a week later, how's that shot list come along? Oh, we're working on it. Finally gets down to the day of shooting, and they're like, yeah, I didn't have time. They're like, can you just figure out all the shots that we need while we're shooting it?
You got to
Yeah.
read the shit out of the script or something? Is that what you do? Like, and you just take notes, shoot that?
Yeah, I mean, well, I read all the scripts before I shoot them, and I think about stuff I'd like to do. But
I mean, I've worked that way when I was doing, sequential art. A lot of my writers they just wouldn't. Their scripts would be very loose, man. When I say loose, we're like, yeah, shit happens, And so like there came a point where one guy just couldn't fucking write, and I'm like, you got to write something. So I just write your story out, and these are like I don't want to throw them under the bus, but these are people that have written scripts, So I'm like, what is your fucking problem? So like I had them just write out a paragraph, of everything that happened, and have to turn those into like how many pages are they going to be? Like, oh, that's going to be 3 pages. So I got to turn that paragraph into 3 pages, but you know that makes things 10 times harder, you know. In terms of time. It's not really hard to do, it's just time.
Yeah, and I mean, different directors have different styles. Like there's, uh, like Mad Max had like 10 years of pre-production and 3,500 storyboards. That thing was designed like perfectly before they shot it. Or the guy who directed Amelie, Junet,
Hmm.
like he goes and he shoots his entire movie just on like handy cams or whatever, and they like already have their movie shot, and then they go and shoot it for reals. So he knows all his shots more or less before they go in and start shooting it. And then, oh geez, just reading about it in American Cinematographer. Uh, Dang it, I forget the guys. I forget the name of the movie. It has like Wormtail from Harry Potter, but he's a painter. Dang it, I'm giving like the worst description.
Yeah, I just thank
but
you.
but like, well, but this DP, he's like, yeah. So the director and we talk about shots, and then we come in the day of, and we basically just throw it all away and make it up while we're there. So I mean, you have like two completely different ends of the spectrum, and they're both like Academy Award quality kind of films they're making. So I feel like it just comes down to what the director likes to do.
You excited about Deacon shooting Blade Runner 2?
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch anything Deacon shoots.
Right. How's that guy not won an Oscar yet?
Well, he's not flashy.
You got a point. You got a real good point.
Like his stuff's beautiful, but like Chivo's stuff is beautiful too, but it's very showy, I feel like.
Right.
And I enjoy that, but at the same time, Roger's putting out beautiful stuff, but it's very understated, I feel. And he just maybe Blade Runner will be what he needs, something flashier.
Who was the DP on Nightcrawler?
I don't know.
That movie looks good, man. Same with Rounders. Rounders is one of those movies that looks way better than it should. I remember when it came out, people actually gave it a negative review because it's like it looks too good to be a poker movie. I remember that shit. It looks supposed to be a crime movie. I'm like, oh, shut up. Looks so awesome.
Well, the great thing about Nightcrawler, oh, Robert Elswit shot that.
Unfamiliar with the name.
He, I think he did There Will Be Blood.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say because Nightcrawler
Yeah.
looks amazing.
The cool thing about Nightcrawler is a lot of that was shot with just practical lighting. And
Yeah, you know what I really like is that montage sequence they do. There's that montage where they're building the business, and there's the
mhm.
quick cuts between the different scenes and the lighting that just switches between time of day and everything. It's really nice.
Yeah, I know one problem they had with that movie is Los Angeles has been switching to LED lighting, which
Uh,
which they're like they're having problems finding stretches of road that still use that
phosphorus or
the
whatever. Yeah, the yellow lights. Yeah,
yeah. And
it's gonna hurt Michael Mann's feelings.
I mean, they it's funny because you can buy like color correction gel to add that sodium vapor look
Yeah, the sodium. It's the
back
same.
in.
It's the same look. That's like it's all over Rounders, or like even like if you've recently seen like Daredevil,
Hmm.
that same the sodium vapor. Yeah, that yellow lighting.
Yeah, yeah. But I was reading Rick and Morty's coming back this year,
Yep.
which is awesome, and we're getting more episodes.
I wish Dan Harmon was working on Ghostbusters.
That might be fun.
I was really thinking about that, like who could direct the Ghostbusters. I think because I think the problem is Paul Feig. Want my opinion. Um, and I hate to say that because I think he's a good director, but whatever. Uh, but Rob Schrab, dude. He's directing Lego Movie 2 now, but he did like the whole couple seasons of Community. He wrote Monster House.
Okay.
He created Scud, the disposable assassin. Remember that back in the day?
No.
Dude, look up that comic. You'll love it. I used to hang out with him at Comic Con when I was a kid. I loved Scud.
Yeah, no. Like Rob Schraub's been on Dan Harmon's podcast a few times.
Yeah. He was writing Sarah Silverman, her show too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he can direct, and he knows the era. He knows the.
The Lego movie sequel. Because,
It's in good hands with Rob Schrab.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've enjoyed the stuff I've seen of his. I've liked, and I thought he was super funny on Dan Harmon's podcast.
He used to do these really weird stop motion animations back when the web was doing all. Remember when in the before the .com crash, there was all this crazy animation going on the web. There was tons of cartoons, man. Web cartoons all over the fucking place. And then after the .com crash, they all went away. And he was doing this whole stuff with stop motion animation and like fucking robots that would vomit and shit. It's crazy. Like he's out there.
I I will have to check out some of his stuff just because I'm not super familiar with him.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. They easily could have kept that movie in the universe and made it fucking Dana Barrett's. It could have been Dana Barrett's son who wants to find, maybe his mom died or Bankman died or something. You know what I mean? Like he can't actually, he doesn't have science, but he has all their shit. Like he got willed all their stuff. So he could go and look for a crew. He could be like the Nick Fury, putting together. You know what I mean? He just finds all these, you know.
Yeah, I feel like they would have generated a lot more goodwill
I mean,
towards the
Helmsworth could
project.
have played the kid. You know what I mean? Like, could have the same cast. I'm just saying. You know, because Oscar was blonde. Remember, it wasn't Venkman's kid.
That's right.
It
Yeah,
was the cello player.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the guy from the
Yeah,
first movie.
yeah. Remember,
Yeah,
he's when she's walking out, and he's like, "Who's the stiff?"
yeah.
Yeah.
I actually watched Ghostbusters 2 yesterday. I guess
Oof.
technically now the day before. On
Sorry.
Friday after the podcast, I'm like, all right, I need to continue this and finish it up. That the final battle at the end, what a letdown.
Yeah.
I, it has like this huge build up. They like get the Statue of Liberty, they repel in, and then
It's almost
he.
the exact same ending to Scrooged. For real. Like if you look at the ending, they're very similar. They defeat evil with a song.
Yeah, yeah. It was. It's like he shocks him, they blast him once, and then the song kills him. I'm like, really? That was really underwhelming. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I had forgotten how it ended.
I was very unhappy with that film.
Understandably so.
We'll see if Tom goes for this whole style of rendering. All their books are looking the same.
I like it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just a fucking robot dude. You know what he's supposed to do? You're like, I tried to give him like, does he have guns? And he's like, no, not really. I'm like, you're not helping me here. Like, hey, look, it's fine. Like, okay. Well,
He doesn't have like an axe or anything like the other Tin Man.
no, this is he's like a bounty hunter in the book. That's why I was asking. Is maybe his hands
Oh,
turned into guns or some shit. That's why I gave him like the Tim Roth or the what's his face from Django, fucking or Django. Not Tim Roth because he was playing. Tim Roth was playing an impersonation of him in Hateful Eight. Um, Christoph Waltz.
mm.
Because he's supposed to have this beard. Now, I wanted it to be more of a mustache, but he made me connect the thing. I was like, oh, just make him like Christoph Waltz. Christoph Waltz is a robot. Why not? Yeah.
So in this series, are they completely different characters then from the?
I wish I could tell you.
No, you're like I'm just drawing the cover.
I don't actually read the books. Drives Tom nuts. But I'm like,
I don't
Tom,
have,
it's not
I
my
don't have
thing.
time.
No, I have time. I just choose not to, Kyle.
Yeah,
Wow,
okay.
your name is Kyle, and that quote works. How great is that? I didn't mean to do that, but I just realized what I did. That's amazing. No, I have the time. I just choose not to.
Shut up, Kyle.
Right. Speaking of which, if there's one video game you got to play through this year, it's the South Park sequel.
Okay,
I am telling you right now, it's like playing a South Park movie. It's so fucking good. That last one they made, The Stick of Truth, so awesome. So good, man.
I have heard you talk about it
Well,
on some of your
Trey
casts.
and Matt wrote it, did all the voices, so it's them, and it looks exactly like the show. Like it's so good. And so the sequel is called Broken, but no, yeah, broke it was it Stick of Truth, Broken but Whole. Like, yeah, you gotta look it up. Stick of Truth sequel, man. You'll see what I'm talking about. Fractured but Whole. Yeah, and then it's all their superhero characters. Remember the Coon. So the first game was all fantasy, and this one's gonna be their superhero personas.
Nice.
Yeah. So
All right, I may have to give it a try.
yeah, if you love animation, man, I mean, this it's the thing most games miss these days, like comedy. There's no comedy in a lot of games. So like the Grand Theft Auto games got good comedy, but these guys got it down. I mean, that South Park game was so good. All right, let me clean this up.
I was talking to my brother tonight. I was telling him how I was getting a Rick and Morty commission. He's like, "Oh, that's so cool." I'm like, yeah. They asked me like about my favorite episode, and so I told him like the Total Recall with Mr. Poopy Butthole. My brother's like, "Who?" I'm like,
Sorry, he
oh,
doesn't have any. He's sorry you don't have any bad feelings, remember memories.
yeah. I guess my brother hasn't seen season 2 yet. I'm like, what?
uh, yeah, I'm just gonna do it in Copics and color pencil because of the amount of characters I'm gonna shove on that fucking thing.
Dude, whatever you want. Like,
Mm.
I I will trust that you know art much better than me.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool though.
Yeah, I added Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland and Oni Press to my Twitter so that I'll tag them and share it. Like we got to get you a Rick and Morty cover.
I've tried, and there seems to be no interest. Kyle, no one cares about what I'm doing over here except like the real people. I don't know why.
Like,
I
I
don't
mean,
know why it's so hard for me, but it is.
looking at the Rick and Morty covers, they just look like the animation from the show. They're not, as far as like a cover goes, they're not very impressive covers for most of the ones I've seen.
I'm with you. Hey, same with Zim, man. I could have hooked that up,
Yeah,
but
were they the ones that used your Zim piece to
they used.
advertise?
Yeah, it's real nice. It's real awesome. They didn't even get credit, you know. They just took the shit and ran with it. I was like, not actually your shit.
You're like, the least you can do is credit me since you're not paying me for it.
Yeah,
But you're using it as advertising material.
yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, like how people just take art and don't bother. Like, dude, credit doesn't cost you anything to credit someone for the art that you're borrowing.
Yeah, tell me about it. Did you see the Batman v Superman trailer event last year? Did you go to that?
Comic Con?
No, they had this thing last April where you could go to the IMAX see the trailer.
Oh no, I
It
didn't.
leaked like 2 days before, so it was kind of like a non plus. I went to it, and the upside was that they gave us this thing that says you're going to get to go to a fan screening or early showing of Batman v Superman. And so you write down all your info, and they'll get back to you. Well, they got back to me. I got my shit, but my wife didn't get nothing. She's
Hmm.
all bummed out and shit. I was like, I emailed WB tickets, and no one cares. You know what I mean? I'm like, no one's
Yeah,
gonna care, but I'll try. So now I'm like, do I go? I'll be honest, man. I'm not one of those guys that needs his wife to go with him to everything. I'm like, no, I'm just going. I don't give a shit. But she gets so excited when she sees me watch a Batman or Superman movie.
yeah,
You know, like for me, like Batman movies. I mean, you're roughly my age, right? So like,
yeah,
for me, like Star Wars was something that was always there, but no one remembered it. You know what I mean? Like, nobody remembered Star Wars when I was a kid. They're like, "Oh, you still like that shit?" Like they had it on. Everyone had it on home video, but no one, really. But the Batman movies were like the big event. You know, since I was
yeah,
10. I mean, that was the big deal. So
yeah. With Burton,
yeah, I mean
I,
that.
I had the Batman fanny pack.
Oh, you geek. You. I tried to wear one of those on the side like MacGyver. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, I
Yeah,
can at least pretend I'm like MacGyver and shit. And keep duct tape on me and everything. It's pathetic.
that's great.
You never know. You might be locked in the closet and, got lemon peel, tweed, wire. Just carry spare wires. Nowadays, they'd think you're making a bomb or something. You know?
Yeah, or a clock for a school project.
or,
You don't
or,
know.
you never know. I mean, either way, you know?
Uh, I didn't realize that Batman v Superman was getting a 70 millimeter release.
Well, it's upconvert. It's
Um,
IMAX upconvert. They didn't shoot the whole. They did that 30, whatever, the IMAX 30 or 60 something. There's that camera, the new IMAX camera that. So it's getting a release,
mm,
but it wasn't shot entirely with the camera, the actual thing.
yeah, I mean most movies aren't.
Right.
I think is it Civil? No, Civil War wasn't shot entirely.
No, they're shooting at the Avengers Infinity War in these new
Yeah,
IMAX,
they
these
and
new
they've
ones.
claimed those are going to be entirely like large format.
Yeah, they even show like it's gonna be square or giant. You know what I mean? The giant square thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. They said, when you see it at home, there'll be a way you can still see every. I don't know. There was a whole thing about that. Forget.
Well, they did it with one of the Transformers and Batman, where the IMAX sequences, like your movie goes from the 2:3:5 aspect ratio to like 1.7 or whatever
Right.
weird ratio they use. And so it just changes the black bars on it when you're watching it on your TV at home. But but yeah, my brother was telling me because he's a projectionist at the ArcLight here, and he's like, "Yeah, we're getting Batman in 70 mil." And he was all excited because uh, they finally lost Hateful Eight, and they only have like six projectionists, and any time they have a 70 millimeter movie, they have to have five projectionists working any given day.
Mm.
So he's like, I was so excited because we finally went back to not having to have only 1 day off a week, and now they're dropping Batman in 70 mil. So no more extra days off for him, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if 70 millimeter is a big deal for me for an entire like you know what I mean? Like it depends on like okay when Fister did his shots in The Dark Knight, he frames in a way that I'm like okay that'll be interesting. I don't know if Larry Fong framed it for 70 mil. I just think it was post convert. You know?
Yeah, especially if it's not all shot that way.
Right.
Like if it's shot for 235, and then they're like, "Oh, we're going to do some IMAX sequences." You're like, "Well, they'll still have to be able to cut in with the rest of the movie on a screen that's not IMAX. So they still have to frame it for a decent 235 image. So they're kind of
Have you thought about messing around with 360 video and shit, dude? Like for VR?
not really.
You should think
I
about that. It's the future.
sort of.
Yeah, it's the future. Called immediately, you know, and then it'll go away, and you know. You know, it's like Samsung announced that, you know, this week they're like, oh, we're not going to do any more 3D modes on our TVs. And everyone's like, ah, 3D's dead. And I'm like, yeah, and then Avatar 2, 3, and 4 come out, you know, and all that shit goes back to normal. Like,
Yeah.
it just depends on the content, you know? You need a
Yeah.
lot of resolution for 360 video, man. Like, a lot. 4K ain't enough.
And most of the 360 rigs now are shooting with GoPros because it's hard to be able to rig up enough like cinema sized cameras and not just have it be this monstrosity. And so most of the 360 rigs I've seen are all GoPro rigs.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's all just, you know, placeholder until we get Sword Art Online, you know? Until we get the Matrix shit plugged in, you know?
Yeah.
Total immersion.
I've ever since next gen, I'm like, I want a holodeck. We're getting there.
We are getting there. What was totally impossible now just seems a matter of time. You know, like, well, it's just a matter of time. I still think
Yeah.
it's a matter of like projecting in your mind more than trying to create some hologram that will be visible, you know, to the naked eye.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, Gabe Newell was even saying, you know, the guy who owns Valve, he's like, basically, you know, we're at a point where, you know, putting images in your head is the same as just plugging into a fucking, you know, HDMI cable into, you know, it's just a Ethernet port essentially. We just got to figure out the whatever. And he's like, we're pretty close. And I'm like, that's why they're making the Vive. It has nothing to do with the future of hardware and VR hardware. It's to so they can start developing tools that navigate 3D spaces. As he was like, yeah, so basically these tools, you know, rather than get into mobile, you know, what's mobile? Mobile is, you know, based on current phone technology. Well, that will always change. He's like, but we're pretty certain, you know, there's basically going to be, you know, Mind VR, the Matrix kind of style shit, you know, Sword Art. And if we start developing tools now that navigate 3D spaces, all that R&D transfers over,
Hmm.
you know. It's like the most logical explanation I've ever heard, you know. I'm like, right, yeah, it totally makes sense. I don't think this shit will replace movies. Matter of fact, I'll having personally sat in um, my own little VR movie theater, I
Hmm.
like it. You know, you'll be able to be in a movie theater with just your friends or even like groups, like Facebook groups, you know, of people and watch movies together and not have to be worried about the goddamn cell phone lights going off and shit. And you'll all be reacting in real time. So you'll be like, oh, that's fucking hilarious. Ha ha, ha, you know. So you'll get the crowd experience without having to worry about people coming to kill you. Now, it's going to fuck with theaters. You know, like, that's, the movie theaters may not, you know, make the cut. I think movie theaters, unfortunately, will eventually go the way of the bookstore. You know,
Yeah. Which, well,
limited but big. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah,
Like, so I don't think they'll go the way of a blockbuster and shit.
it won't
Um,
totally die.
Well, there's always be some niche thing for it, you know. But I mean, obviously, D box isn't gonna. I mean, that shit doesn't do anything, you know. So I don't know what they can do. I gotta tell you, man, I hate going to the movie theater. I didn't used to, but it's getting tough. I see. I need a club, like the Animal Draft Club, like a really exclusive place that throws people out the second they don't abide by the rules and shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I've found a couple good theaters that I go to that I really haven't had problems with. But just normal theaters, oh, they're so annoying. Like even if I pay more money to go so there aren't kids there will be like old people and they'll be talking the whole movie. Like basically, one of them will be telling the other one what's going on. Like, yeah, they know they're watching the movie. They're here with you.
I had that problem when we were watching Daredevil. This guy, because they serve alcohol at this one theater, so he's drinking. It's 4 p.m., but okay. So he's drinking, and anytime Deadpool made a joke, he would just laugh and then repeat the joke. "Ah, da, 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 ravioli face, ha ha ha." Like I'm just like, we all heard it, asshole. Like we're all here, man. You know,
Yeah, yeah. I still think Brandon's Deadpool experience is probably my favorite with the little girl with
that's
the
true.
stuffed unicorn.
I mean, of all the fucking things to bring to that theater, you know, I saw the photo. It's true. I was like, God damn, dude. Like, that is hilarious. Like, I mean, I've never seen a stuffed unicorn brought to a movie ever, and this is the theater they do it. You know?
Like either he that kid had super aware parents who knew how awesome they were being by
Well, the mom was wearing a Deadpool-like dress, so I gotta wonder, but they could have just been Uber fans, you know?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think movie theaters will stick around if not for anything other reason, but for the social kind of experience.
'Cause that's what I
Like,
hate. Like, I hate the social experience. I like the social experience. I think that same social experience can be achieved through, a VR situation where we're all in the same thing, but no one's able to shuffle around and move. Look, if you sit down and want to walk out in the middle of the movie, I won't have to see that in the VR. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So you could still get everyone sitting around reacting, but I know that that's so far away. Like it's not going to happen for a long time. I mean, that idea is ways off. I can see it more for like TV. I can see that happening, like the Netflix thing. Y'all get together, watch Game of Thrones. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, like I mean, I have friends who are like, "What? You go to movies by yourself?" I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, I can go with friends, but either way, I'm just sitting there watching a movie. Like, I'm not like it's not like I'm going to be talking to you guys if I'm sitting next to you in a theater while we're watching the movie."
right?
So I feel like movies themselves aren't super social experiences.
Yeah, they're not. They aren't. You're just like, well, when I laugh, they laugh, and that meant, it's even better now. And I'm like, I don't know, how true that is. I mean, there's a lot of Disneyland rides where you're not even with people. You're just by yourself. Like Haunted Mansion, right? Like a Haunted Mansion, you're not with a bunch of people. Yeah, I mean, they're there, but you're not. The experience is really you in the car. Maybe you're with someone, but so, I don't know, man. I just think movies are there's just a lot of assholes, man. There's a lot of assholes. My favorite is when they like to say it's white privilege. Oh, white people don't like people talk, and that was this Indian guy who's a big writer for EW, Entertainment Weekly last year, came out and said that shit. Just white people have a problem with this, and I'm like, fucking asshole, for real, man. You imagine getting up in the middle of a concert and just fucking, I don't know. Something else about concerts too, by the way. I did notice everyone films a concert with their cell phone. They gotta stop that shit.
Yeah.
You know, I
It-
mean, it just looks stupid.
you're like your video quality is gonna be terrible, the sound quality is gonna be terrible on your video, and then you just have this bright screen that's distracting people.
Yeah, but
And
whatever.
I actually went to a concert tonight, and I don't go to a whole lot of concerts anymore because I feel like I go and there's all these young kids. And I'm like, man, I feel old.
You
And
are.
this one was good because I went there and like I feel like people are more kind of my age at this concert, and I was pretty impressed.
Who
Like
was it?
most people didn't even pull out their cell phones.
Who was it?
It's this band called Shearwater.
I don't
They're
know.
a rock band. They're not super big, but it was. I don't go to that many concerts, but at this one, I was like, I actually enjoyed the experience because it wasn't all these like douchebag kids trying to record the entire thing with their phones and
Yeah, the last time I went to a concert was like 2002. Yeah, and Kenny Wayne Shepherd band came to town. It was right when I got out of the army, and then I was like, I want to fucking because I listened to all their shit when I was in the army. I was like, I want to see these dudes, and they had a cabin to come to town. And I was like the youngest fucking guy in the House of Blues. Everyone was like, "Why are you here?" I'm like, "For the movie, for the music." And they're like, "You like this shit?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're not that much older than me, like." But yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan, all that shit, man. They're like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." But this older chick bought me a drink. I was like, "Ha ha, it's nice." But
yeah, one of my buddies had an extra ticket for White Snake in Vegas last year, and I'm not a White Snake guy, but he's like, yeah, my friend was gonna go, now he can't, so I just had this ticket, and I was like, well, I have a couple days off from work, sure, I'll go, and I didn't know, I knew like two of the songs, but it was kind of fun because there's like all these old people and they're just like rocking out. It was a fun experience. Of course, I call them old people. I'll be there soon enough, I'm sure.
oh, we're already there.
Yeah.
My niece, she graduated high school already. I'm like, here we go. There we go. Going to college.
Jeez.
Yeah. Whatever. All it does, man, is just ensure it just the older I get, the more I'm absolutely positive I don't want to take freelance and like I'm like, no, I'm totally not doing that. Why? I'm not getting any younger. I'm not wasting my time. Like
Yeah.
I can't imagine a scenario in which I don't like Batman v Superman. It would just have to be so off the mark. Because I don't care about the movie being dark, like some people give a shit about. You know, I'm fine with that. Like, so,
Did you read the comic?
oh, of course, man.
So I didn't read the comic, and my question is, if Batman is fighting Superman,
Mm-hmm.
how does Superman not just like Batman punches Superman,
Kryptonite.
Superman punches
Kryptonite.
really? So
Yeah,
it does kryptonite.
yeah. You see
Okay.
the kryptonite in the first trailer.
Oh, okay.
Luthor, Lex is sitting there with it.
All right.
Yeah, that's how.
I just because I was like, how does Batman know like
In the comic, it was
what?
really great in The Dark Knight Returns because he gets Green Arrow, Ollie. He only has one arm, so Ollie shoots the arrow that explodes the fucking. And Clark is distracted fighting Bruce, so he doesn't notice it. And it goes. By the time it goes off, he's kind of fucked. And then Bruce kicks the shit out of him right before he has a heart attack.
Yeah, I may end up seeing it, um, especially if it gets decent reviews. I just I think it's funny because I when they first announced it all, I thought Ben Affleck as Batman was gonna be the worst part of it. And watching the trailer, I'm like, I think he's my favorite part.
Money's like, it's 7:30 a.m. I do this way too early. I miss these. Actually, I do these throughout the day, but I stay up till 5 a.m. my time. So I work through the night. I know, right?
I,
That's
I'm
normal.
I'm not a morning person. I prefer to stay up late. Wait, if I stay up late and then I wake up and the morning's already gone, that's great.
But I am streaming throughout the day, Money. So you know. But it's probably the middle of the night for you when I'm doing that. Might just be on weird time zones.
Where are you, Money?
Yeah, where is it? Yeah, where are you? Like, I'm in New Zealand, bitch. Where you want to be.
I really want to do that Lord of the Rings tour they do over there. Go
Dork.
go to like Hobbiton.
Dork.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to know how much of a dork I am? They just announced Nintendo Land at Universal Studios Tokyo, and I'm like, I'm going. Like, 2020, taking a trip to Japan. My wife's like, really? I'm like, I will Kickstarter. I'll do a whole Kickstarter and just take the fun. I mean, really, like I will work for free and use the funds to go because I'm going.
I really want to visit Studio Ghibli over there. Like they're
Did you see the documentary?
not yet. The
Watch
one
that,
that's
bro.
streaming on Netflix.
Watch it. Dreams of Madness.
Yeah,
Yeah, watch that, man.
it's one of like 300 things in my queue.
Well, you know how I get through it is I have to eat at some point, so that's what I do. And sometimes I have to watch movies in 20-minute chunks, but you know what I mean? There's no way around it.
Yeah,
But I have to
I
see this shit, so
I have to when I watch stuff. I just have to sit down and watch all the way through. I don't like breaking up movies or whatever.
you're never gonna get anything done. I don't like to. I mean, if it's a really good movie, I'll wait. But let's be honest, man. Like documentaries, you can break those up. Like Kings of Pastry. Great documentary, but
Yeah, I usually just keep like a list. I've got like, all right, here's all my like half hour sort of programs I want to watch. So if I got a half hour, watch that. That's probably why I have 300 things in my queue because it's hard to find enough chunks of time to sit down and watch entire movies.
mm. When's your next gig?
Um, it was supposed to be this weekend, but it got pushed to an undetermined time in the future.
Gambit.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully not that far. Um, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's been a slow start to the year. Let's put it that way.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I mean Januaries are usually pretty slow for me.
Oh
I
yeah.
typically plan on it, but it's like by this time last year I'd shot like a movie and a TV pilot. Like, oh, this year all I've done is like some short films and a little bit of commercial work.
Just contacts, or do you have like a headhunter?
Just contacts.
Mm.
I may look into getting like an agent or something.
Yeah, I mean you're pretty qualified. You know, you're gonna
Eh.
have to take a cut of your like 3 grand. I get 30%. Like fuck, dude, man. Like California gets 1,600 of that. This dude gets fucking 30%. Now I'm left with about $400. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, at least when I'm on set, they feed me, so I don't have to feed myself.
That's true.
for like 2 meals a day.
That's true.
So there's that. And the nice thing
That's how
is,
the Facts of Life girls got so fat. They used to call it the fats of life. It's fucked up. Craft services. Yeah, those girls just got a little crazy.
yeah. The other nice thing is like when I'm on set, it's like 12 and a half, 13 hours. By the time I battle traffic, it's like I get home. I don't really have any time to spend money. So, I get on a movie for like a month or two, and all it is work. I don't spend anything because I don't have time.
Mm,
They feed me pretty much every day. So, like, supposedly a movie I shot about a year ago is supposed to be getting a 6 episode, like, limited TV series or something.
nice.
And that's second half of this year. So, if that goes down, it's a couple months of work there.
Nice.
But, you know, I've had jobs where, like, the day before, I'm like, hey, where's my call sheet? So I know when to show up. They're like, oh yeah, the shoot got canceled. We didn't bother to tell you.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. So until you're actually on set shooting, and even then, shoots get
And
shut down.
that is true. Justice League got shut down back in 2007. They had sets, everything, man. Lot space, the whole thing. Shut down.
Jeez, yeah.
Yeah.
I I wouldn't mind getting shut down if I was on like Men in Black 3, because once you start shooting, if they shut down, I don't remember what the length of time is, but for like union shoots, if they shut down for a couple weeks, you get paid for those couple weeks. Like they have to pay you to keep you because they're like, well, they can't go out and get another job, so you're basically you got to pay your crew even though they're not
Nice.
working.
Nice.
And those guys make good money.
They're not sharing the love.
It's tough because California really messed up on their tax credits, and so a lot of jobs, like a lot of movies and a lot of television, left California, and so we're left with all these like union guys who have tons of experience, and suddenly they're trying to get the jobs that I'm trying to get. They're
Mm,
like, well, pal, you're not in the union and you don't have many years of experience, or we can hire this guy who has like 20 years of experience for the same price. It gets a little tough to compete. So, but
how do you get in the union?
um, the camera union, you need 100 non-union days, or I think 30 union days, which is tough to get union days if you're not in the union.
Right. That's funny.
So, and like for me, what I do right now, joining the union's not the best choice for me because I'm not really losing any work by not being in the union. And it costs as a to join as a director of photography, I think it's $13,000 to join the union.
Right. You gotta be making some bank, right?
Yeah. So I like the best way is to get on a shoot that's a non-union shoot, and you have your contract signed, and then it flips union, and they either have to buy you out and like, well, you can't work the shoot anymore, but we have a contract, so we just have to buy out your contract, or you suddenly just get paid more and get union days. But yeah, I for like a DP, it's good kind of to not be in the union until the union notices that you're working a lot, and they're like, "Hey, if you want to keep working jobs, you need to join." Because by that
Join
point,
us or die.
basically, but fortunately, California re-upped some of their tax credits, so production is starting to move back. I don't know if it'll ever get to where it was during the heyday, just because a lot of these other states are offering really good incentives. But yeah, it's getting better, I think. Hopefully. In the meantime, someone's got to shoot all these low budget non union shoots.
Fuller House 2.
Oh, man.
You may never know, Kyle. You might end up actually being at the ground floor or something that people look back, how did you get into that? I should have got it, you know? And you were just like, well, it was just the only guy left because everyone went and had this other shit. And, I mean,
That's kind of leftovers, but
yeah, so, you know, it kind of worked out that way. Yeah. You might have the last laugh.
yeah, well, I got a pilot I shot last year that I'm really hoping gets picked up. Like I saw the final product, and I'm usually really harsh on like things I've worked on. I'm a big critic of like my work, and I saw the final product, and I'm like, this is actually really good. I
Nice.
would watch this. So
Well, if it's produced by Joss Whedon, you're fucked. Like,
it is not.
track,
So
you know, just got a bad habit of,
of getting canceled.
yeah.
Which I hope Netflix figures out something to bring us back Firefly, at least even if it's a limited series.
I was hoping he was supposed to write those novels. I thought that was a really actually pretty good solution, you know, given the circumstances. But I don't know. He hasn't done anything since Age of Ultron or announced anything really. You know,
Yeah, I know he wanted to work on his own projects, so we'll see what that means.
maybe it's a Frey miniseries on Netflix. That'd be dope.
Frey?
You ever read Frey?
No.
Frey came out before the seventh season of Buffy, and it takes place in the future. The Last Slayer.
Hmm.
The her weapon. That's why he introduced the Slayer's weapon that they put
That
in season 7. Yeah, that's why it's a big deal. You're like, well, I don't know what's such a big fucking deal. Like that's Frey's fucking. She Buffy was supposed to have that.
oh.
She was supposed to have it, and she never had it. That's why her job's always been way too hard. You know, like yeah,
Yeah, that was that axe like sort of thing, right?
yeah.
Okay.
It's an axe sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't read any of the Buffy comics really. Um, I've read
I,
a couple issues.
I wish they would take the season 8, not you know 8, 9, 10, whatever, and do a novel form. Because novels, to me, man, they you know with the kind of content they're producing, you know, it would work better. The characters are pretty well developed. It's not like it would be a big stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Comics get read a little too fast. You know what I mean? You're like, well, I just blew through that in like about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, if they
I,
did like a Firefly animated series though, like animated. Oh, that'd be nice.
that would be cool. Did you know that Brendan, whatever his bucket that played Xander, he
Yeah.
was supposed to be Mal?
Oh,
Like,
really?
yeah, he was
No.
at Comic Con here in, I think it was Kamikaze, Stanley's Kamikaze, and had a
Hmm.
panel. And Joss had written apparently the role of Mal for him, and was planning on starting Firefly once Buffy was wrapped. But I guess the studio came in. They're like, no, we want to start on this right away. And since he was stuck as Xander and Buffy, and they overlapped, like they had to cast someone else.
Yeah, that would have been weird.
Go. Oh, you mean having Xander play Mal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it worked out for the better. Like Nathan Fillion is just awesome. Like I like that guy.
Yeah.
Did you watch any of what was Joss Whedon's the show? Oh, that got 2 seasons about like the people who had their minds wiped.
Oh yeah, with Eliza Dollhouse.
Yeah, Dollhouse.
It's a fractured show, man. It reeks of studio interference.
Like I wasn't a huge season 1 fan, but season 2 I thought got a lot better. And
Yeah.
just as I was getting to the show, they're like, it's canceled.
Well, people forget, man. Some of the best shows didn't find their footing until like look at Deep Space Nine. That didn't find its footing until season three.
Hmm.
So much so you could just skip seasons one and two, and it doesn't. You don't skip a beat. You know what I mean? You don't miss anything.
Yeah,
So like it's just today, man. We gotta have instant rating, and when they get great ratings, they're just not. Well, they're not great enough. You know, like 1 million, 2 million people isn't enough. We gotta have 10 million every time. And given that set of circumstances, nothing's gonna succeed. Just the most generic catch-all bullshit will work. You know, like not actually
yeah,
truly great television. Just fucking, whatever is the flavor of the day. You know, and it's like
yeah. Unless it's like an AMC show where I know they'll support it even with lower ratings. Like I don't watch any new shows. I wait till it's in like season 3 before I start them.
Netflix, Netflix, Netflix.
Yeah,
Yeah. Even the Hulu show that 11/22/63, that's pretty dope. Man, the
I'm
High Castle over Amazon was dope.
yeah, and I feel like these online channels kind of have it right where they're like, look, you know, we're going to give a show time to grow.
Yeah.
Though I don't necessarily think Fuller House needed a second season to try to grow even more.
Well, the thing is, they're getting a lot of press, so that's why, everyone's gonna talk about it. I don't know why.
Most of the talk has been, oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, but so
But
was the original show. That's what I don't get. I'm like, I didn't like Full House. No one liked Full House when it came out. We were watching Simpsons. No one cared about Full House. That's just some shit that happened. Remember, there was that whole TJF thing. Well, it's just shit that's on, so you just leave it on. But no one's watching this shit. You
apparently
know?
someone was. I mean, Netflix has their crazy analytics and stuff, and I guess somebody must have been watching it. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I can't get too bent out of shape for it because I'm like, who cares? Like I
Yeah, I mean,
don't care.
I don't have to waste my time watching it.
I mean,
So
if they ruin Married with Children, okay, I get it. But then again, Married with Children's the last 2 seasons weren't that fucking great either.
I, I don't think I've ever seen that show.
You poor soul.
I know.
It's that Batman fanny pack. You're just running around.
Yeah, Batman fanny pack. I probably had it. I think I had a Batman hat too, so it probably matched.
My mother
Got me some
decided to.
hammer pants.
Well, so that's what I'm gonna say. My mother decided. My mother had the worst fucking taste in clothes. She bought me these hammer pants that were covered. There was tie dye, blue, purple, pink, covered in bats. Not even the bat symbol, just weird bats. So it had to be knockoff pants. And it
Hmm.
was like, please, I never want to wear this. And she fucking made me wear it to school. And people were just looking at me. I'm like, they're like, look, man, it's just crazy. And I'm like, I know. Like, I didn't want this, man. My fucking mother. It's the worst pants ever. As soon as she took off, I threw the pants out. Day one, I was like, God, that fucking thing is over. Ugh, hammer pants. May that never come back.
You know it will. I never thought neon was going to come back.
It doesn't. See, every year, what happens is, and I can tell you how this works, is sales reps try to figure out what the next big thing is going to be, and I've tried to tell them there is no next big thing. Everything's going to exist simultaneously, and so men's clothing is becoming more and more like women's clothing, where the turnaround's like 3 weeks versus you used to be have a design for men. You used to have design in store all year. You'd be like, that's the shirt they got it. I'm gonna go get it. Everyone would have it. You go buy it. It'd be awesome. Not that way anymore. So every fucking other year or so, some stupid ass sales rep or buyer gets an idea that neons are coming back. And every time I'm like, you're just fucking wasting money, man. Like, there's going to be millions of charges. Never going to happen. And it happened 2 years ago. I was there for it. I'm like, this is totally, no, man. It's coming back. It really, the sales don't. The problem is, once you own a neon shirt, how many more do you need?
-1.
Right.
That's how many
So
more you
like that's
need.
what I'm trying to say. Like there's no might buy one ever and then they got it. It's like those affliction shirts. Okay, I bought that stupid fucking affliction shirt with the tattoo shit all over the fucking sleeves, going around my neck, filigree, Dover fucking clip art shit hanging all over my body. How many of those do I really need though? You know?
Yeah. Do you remember hypercolor?
Is that where you touch it?
Like heat
Okay,
makes
you
it
want to know
change.
what crashed the fashion industry in the 80s?
Hypercolor.
Hypercolor. Yeah. I made the mistake back in 2007. It came back with one shirt. It was a SpongeBob SquarePants shirt, and then they did it with a Charlie Brown shirt. No, it was SpongeBob SquarePants, and I was trying to get it on Charlie Brown. They said no, but it was SpongeBob getting sunburned. So he'd be yellow, and then he'd turn red in the sun, so he'd get sunburned. And I'm like,
Hmm.
oh, we could do that with Charlie Brown. They're like, we no. These guys lived through that hypercolor. They're like, dude, we went full hypercolor, whole industry crashed. And I remember that when I was a kid. I remember like all the cars had it, Hot Wheels, put them in the water, they change color. No, 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 no. Go, Transformers will change color when you touch them. Everyone did that, and it just tanked the whole industry.
I think it's just a bad design when your clothing changes color, and it's like, hey, what's the hottest part of the body? The armpits. Hey, let's make that change color to
Well,
draw
we
attention to
did
it.
this. So they were trying it again around Amazing Spider-Man when the first Amazing Spider-Man came out.
Hmm.
They were trying to do it, the thermal hypercolor shit. And so this guy walks out. He's like, "What do you think?" And he was sweating, and I'm like, "Oh, the color, dude!" Like, it was wherever. Then here's the craziest part, Kyle. We had this guy named Nick, and he was this guy who actually used to work in Texas. And when these dudes bought the company, they brought him with them. And Nick was kind of a weird guy, man. He had the state of Texas tattooed on his neck. I've never seen anything quite like this. And so you touch these things, right? Because you have heat, it changes color. They never changed color for Nick. No thermal transfer ever changed color for this guy. And I was like, you have no soul. Like, vampire. And he was really gothy looking. And I was like, do you glitter in the sunlight too? And he's like, fuck you, man. Like, I was like, no, really. Come here, check it out. Nick has no soul. And I would just take it and just throw it on him, shove the fucking shirt in his face so I think it doesn't change. I'm like, look, nothing. Like, Nosferatu. I'd bring crosses and shit. I used to fuck with that guy. Never seen anything like it, man. You know?
Poor Nick.
Yeah. He's a weird guy, though. He ran a porn blog and he'd be checking this shit out on his iPad when we'd be in meetings. I'm like, Nick, you can't look at your porn blog in the middle of a meeting.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, people need to learn not to use work devices with their porn. Like, we've had people come in, like, applying for jobs. They're like, oh, yeah, here's my reel. And they're like, turn on their iPad, and, like, porn comes up. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, dude, you didn't think to, like, clear that before you. I mean, it was on. You turn on your iPad, it's the first thing that comes up.
someone should have told Kanye, right?
Yeah.
Did you see that? Is the Pirate Bay?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's
with
hilarious.
his stolen software.
Yeah, while he's talking about supporting artists and paying for shit.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Did you see the Donald Trump Age of Apocalypse trailer?
No, but I saw where they removed his head and put it on all the Back to the Future 2 clips when Marty goes to the future and it's all
Oh,
Biff, which is
yeah.
clearly Trump, you know, so it wasn't a big difference, but it's hilarious. What they should do is just like Photoshop and After Effects in all of his campaign stuff into I Am Legend. You know, like just put.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of sort of what they did with the Age of Apocalypse trailer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they cut in like campaign speech stuff, and they like photoshopped his head onto Apocalypse, so his face is all blue.
You know what kills me about it is like I could care less, but I'm like it's never. He's never gonna cause the apocalypse. No one can predict this. You know, like no one's gonna get it. It's always gonna be that thing like when we all vote in like a midget. You know, the world's first presidential short person, whatever, little person, midget, whatever. You know, like it'll be someone that we all like. You know, like
Like Peter Dinklage.
yeah, Peter Dinklage actually becomes president, and he actually turns into Boulevard Trask and then kills us all. You know, and we'll be like, we mirrored the wrong X-Men film. It's actually Days of Future Past. We never saw it coming. So what do you do when you're not working? To live off nothing? Are you like Nightcrawler?
Yeah, nah,
You
like
hot copper,
I
steal bicycles?
mean, I always plan ahead a bit, so I know there will be chunks of time where work is slow, and I've also got some income because I own gear that I leave at a rental house, so I've always got like basically guaranteed money coming in every month.
Oh, nice.
I mean, it's not a ton. I definitely need to work to supplement that, but I mean, usually
You need a data producer, Kyle. You understand?
a data producer.
You need no. You need to no no. See, you're a dork. No, date a producer.
Ah,
Data producer. Nerds, right? Like,
yeah.
yes, a data producer. Yes. You need like a little BB-8, just roll around. It's funny, man. Well, if I get screen, if they do a,
A what? Hello?
yeah, 1 second.
Oh,
Some assholes trying to basically. 1 second.
no problem.
Some assholes trying to fucking claim I'm stealing some bullshit design from League of Legends. Speaking of which, folks, I don't fucking play League of Legends. I don't give a shit. Those look like some fantasy skin of who's Rengar and Blitzcrank. If the fucking dude for Tom stole these designs from League of Legends, I'll look this up right now. Rengar. Oh, it's a tiger dude. That ain't the same thing. Yeah, because League of Legends invented tiger dudes. Dude, League of Legends is just World of Warcraft fucking MOBA. The fuck out of here, dude. Dude, Rengar's a ripoff of What was the version of Beastman that was in the Masters of the Universe? It was Beastman, remember? The Masters of the Universe movie? Rengar looks like a white version of that Beastar.
Is is he a wolf?
I don't know.
He looks like a
Blitzcrank?
he looks like a
Blitzcrank's just a
wolf.
big gold robot, dude. Ain't nothing new about that.
Uh,
Whatever. Thanks. Thanks. He's like, oh, I see. Dude, the guy's name is Jujitsu. Like, Jew. So, he's got issues. Accuse me of thieving.
I, I think we all know your point of view on art thieves.
I just don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I can come up with, I have something, I can come up with whatever I want. And if something vaguely looks like something, what are you supposed to do? Like, there were characters with lightsabers in comics before Star Wars,
They're like laser swords and
Shit. How about Dark Side? Dark Side. And War World. You know what I mean? Apocalypse. Like, isn't that the Death Star? That predates Star Wars, bro. So I don't know.
Star Wars stole from Kurosawa, and
Well, everything.
and they all stole from Joseph Campbell.
And they
It's
all
like,
stole from the Bible. And the Bible stole from aliens and Ron L. Hubbard. And Ron L. Hubbard stole from God. No, like. Have you seen The Master?
yeah, I saw that in 70 millimeter actually.
Yeah, me too. Fun movie, right?
I thought the acting was good. It was beautifully shot. The movie didn't do much for me though.
You ever read a book called Going Clear?
I have not.
Yeah, the movie would make a lot more sense to you.
Yeah, I've wanted to watch the HBO Scientology documentary.
I think it's based off that book. Hey, Hector's here. Yeah, no sleep for me. I'm on regular work hours, Hector. It's just I should normally work on Game Cave at this time, and I'm trying to get this cover done so tomorrow I can work on Game Cave Universe stuff. But I'll probably still be tweaking this cover come tomorrow, because that's how it works. You watching any anime right now, Kyle?
No,
I'm watching Erased. Good.
I actually have a tab open with Erased because he mentioned it.
Yeah, good anime.
It's 12 episodes. It looks like.
Yeah. Don't read
Or,
up on it. You'll ruin it.
or I guess it will be.
Yeah, it's in the middle of.
Yeah, I'm right now I'm watching House of Cards. So
I just don't like the show. I tried to get into Black Hat or whatever, Blacklist as well, because I like, Ultron. Uh, but I don't know, I couldn't get into it. A little too, a little too smart. You know what I mean? Like a little too perfect. Like little guy's a little too powerful.
hmm Blacklist. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my next big anime to watch will be
Full Metal.
Full Metal.
Full
Yeah,
Metal. Full Metal. Full Metal.
yeah. I
Yeah.
bumped that to the top of my queue, so I remember to watch it.
Full Metal. I fucking love it, man. That chick who created that shit is a fucking genius. I never thought I'd see something that I'm like, I like it more than Star Wars. You
Hmm.
know? Because it's complete. There's no, zigzagging back and forth, changing shit, fans arguing about, the only difference here is that there are two animes because they went and fucking, the anime wasn't done, the manga wasn't done when they were making the first anime, so the animators made up their own shit. and
Yeah,
it's clearly inferior, like by far, bro. Like
I
it. Hmm?
I wonder if Game of Thrones is going to suffer that same
Mm,
thing since now they're beyond the books.
no clue.
I'm not caught up at all. I kind of quit halfway through season 2. Got bored.
Only put you on action films.
Action films.
You imagine you trying to shoot like a Terrence Malick movie, like you just shoot 27,000 hours of footage.
that I'd enjoy shooting like a Malick style film.
Linkletter's got a new movie coming out, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
It's like a vague sequel to Dazed and Confused, I think.
Possibly. Let's see what the internet says. It's funny. While I was watching Ghostbusters, in the opening scene in the library, she's all going through the card catalog, and I'm like, if kids watch this these days, they would have no idea what that is.
Uh, dude, the slime is so cartoony in this movie. You know? Might as well just be silly string. Like, they're just, you know? Remember in Big when he's like silly string the dude? Chief! That's what it's like.
Oh yeah, everybody wants some. That's the Linkletter film.
I like
I
Dazed
did.
and Confused. Hmm?
I, was, sorry, I keep jumping around subjects. I did notice Ghostbusters 2. They did embrace like that little more neon, slimy look
Yeah, it sucked.
than the first one.
Yeah, I hated it. It's like the
But
first Turtles movie where the marketing people thought it was just too dark. So every Turtles movie since then has been 10 times brighter than that one.
yeah,
And I'm like, but it was successful. Like it was the
yeah.
most successful independent. Like it was super successful. Like it's like making 300 or 400 million. It's like what Deadpool was. You know, why would you fuck with the formula?
Well, it worked really well for Batman once they ditched the dark look and went all bright and neon. Like, I'm,
I'm one of the few people who I don't even care too much for the look of Batman Returns compared to the first film. I still
okay,
like the look of
fair enough.
the first Burton film to to the Batman Returns. You know,
And now, I think Daredevil season 2. They said they don't want it quite as dark as the first season.
scares me, dude.
I'm just like,
Scares me.
like you guys need to take a history lesson. Look how well brightening has worked for all these other
Yeah,
somewhat similar like properties.
yeah. That bugs the shit out of me.
Yeah. Though watching the trailer, it still looks like they kept a fairly dark look to it.
If by they may just mean like I've been thinking about they may be just creating like a pool of light.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like putting things in focus versus having the characters run around in total darkness. So,
Yeah.
so it could just be the way they frame it, you know? But yeah, I was
Yeah.
for a second thinking like, oh, don't make it look like Arrow, like don't. You know? They did change the costume.
An arrow.
No, in Daredevil
Oh.
season 2, if you look, it's not the same one. I saw that coming because there's no way that costume at the end was gonna work for fight sequences.
Yeah. It was weird because I was used to always seeing Daredevil in his red from the comics and stuff. And so when I first saw he was just gonna be in black, I'm like, I don't know about that. But by the end of the series, like when he switched to red, I'm like, nah, go back to the black, man.
Well, what I don't understand about that is, so Fisk has a normal suit, and the suit's totally impervious to shit. You
Hmm.
know, so he's like, "Oh, I'll go find your tailor." Then he has then the tailor makes him body armor. I'm like, he could have just made a red outfit that looked perfectly normal, but would have been protective, because that's what Fisk had.
Mm.
You know, so I don't understand like that part of it. I'm like, like okay,
Well, they probably were hoping no one would notice.
Oh, they noticed.
And you were calling me a nerd.
Everyone noticed, man. Believe me. That's why people are like the last fight sequences sucks. Oh, I'm a total nerd, dude. You know, don't make any mistake about that.
I was the kid growing up where no one would play Star Wars Trivial Pursuit with me because everyone would go once and then it'd be my turn and I would just end the game.
Well, how about this? I was the only guy in the army that in his wall locker had a picture of Shigeru Miyamoto. I didn't have a girlfriend or anything. I had a picture of a 50-year-old Japanese man. And my drill sergeants would come through and go, "What?" They don't. What's it in your wall locker? And then they're like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "That's Shigeru Miyamoto. He's the creator of Mario, Zelda, Donkey Kong. He's a genius and a true creator." And the guy just looked at me. I'm like, You're fucking weird, man." Like, so
Did you see that Netflix is getting a like an exclusive anime series?
yeah, they commissioned Studio IG to actually do it. So that's gonna be pretty cool. They animated a lot of the Animatrix shit, Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a fan of them.
Yeah, didn't they did Ghost in the Shell?
The new series, yeah.
Okay.
There
I
was a really good. There was a series like Standalone Complex or some shit like that, like not too long ago. It was pretty good.
okay. I only saw the original movie
Oh,
and
The Matrix.
uh no, Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah, The Matrix.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a Suncoast video trip back then and I think my friend had just turned 17 because he's like, I can buy this now.
That's what he did.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, I don't have to bring my mom along anymore to buy this stuff for me.
I just wanted all my movies in, you know, proper widescreen, not cropped letterbox or pan and scan. I
Yeah,
wanted an actual aspect ratio. I just was the only kid. I was like, I can't stand pan and scan. Like, I don't get motion sickness, but pan and scan does it for me. I hate the look. The second only to motion smoother. So we got rid of
yeah.
pan and scan, and now we have motion smoother. Fucking dicks. I mean, really, dude, motion smoother. That is the worst.
My brother showed me this trailer today for this movie called Leonard Part 6.
You never saw Leonard Part Six
I've never seen Leonard
with
Part
Bill
6.
Cosby,
It looks fantastic.
where they use like hot dogs. It's fucking
Yeah.
horrible. It came out, I think, the same year as Spaceballs, if I remember right. And my stupid friends liked it. I'm like, I can't get into this. You know? I had my bad movies I watched, like Revenge of the Nerds 2. So I had like my share of horse crap. But Leonard, dude, all the Bill Cosby movies sucked. There weren't any good Bill Cosby movies. He just wasn't a very good movie guy. He wasn't a movie guy.
Couldn't cross to the silver screen.
No, man, not at all. I think some people say Max Devlin, that Disney movie with him and what's his face, the guy from Monica's dad. It was a good movie, but I'm like, yeah, no one remembers it. I don't. I beg to differ on that one.
Oh, Elliot Gould.
Elliot Gould, yeah.
It's funny how all the people on TV used to want to be in movies, and nowadays it's almost the opposite. Like you're getting all these movie actors who are like, I want to be in a TV show.
And they want steady pay.
Yeah, steady pay, and I feel like TV shows, especially if you're getting on like off of the main four, and I feel like they're riskier these days because they're like, we don't have to make back our box office budget. Like we just got to get eyes.
Right. You should get on a TV show. You should do like a
Um,
game show, Kyle. So you're not thinking. You're not thinking. You gotta get on like America's Got Talent or some nonsense like that. Like something with Jim J. Bullock. Something.
I would love to get in television. Steady work.
With steady work, the price is right. You get on that show, you are good to go. You just hunker down, dude.
Yeah, the problem with those guys, like I've gone to a couple like Conan O'Brien tapings, and I watch the camera guys, and they do the same thing every time, every day, and there's just the life in their eyes. You're like, oh, your soul's been sucked out. There's no creativity to what you're doing. I mean,
Yeah, but
yeah,
they
they
have plenty
get
of time off. They could go do other shit. You know,
well. I mean, with Conan, they shoot
two a day,
4 days
right?
a week.
Yeah, but don't they shoot like two a day? Oh, not at Conan, right? They only shoot 4 days a week. They shoot two on the last day, don't they? That's how it works. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I mean, yeah, you get to attend Conan's like monologue every day and see all the fun shows, but it's like you're really just a machine moving the cameras the same way every day. Like there's not a whole lot of creativity to it. At least not for the studio kind of guys. It's like man, it's like being stuck in an office all day. Been there, done that.
I never had a problem with it. I like the steady paycheck. The problem is I would always get why are you here? I mean, I got it with my last interview. Like, I did try to interview last summer. I was like, I'll try to get another job, man, here. And they were just like, why are you here? Like, go do something more important. Like, for real. Like, I was like, I can't. Guys, this is what I know how to do, Like, yeah, but, I've never seen a career like mine. Like, like you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel at least most television like isn't quite as studio based as like game shows and like late night kind of shows where it's always just on that one stage.
Mm.
I guess most shows you usually have like your couple main stages, but then you got a location stuff. So at least you're running around doing a bit more. I mean, right now at this point in my career, yeah, I'd take a boring stage show. Like, yeah, put in my couple seasons, learn some stuff, make some money, get some more experience.
You're right by the Apple building. Just hound them.
Apple.
Yeah, right.
You those guys. Like I've done some work for the ad agency that does Apple stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like Apple's their whole own division. Like their building is all locked down. Like nobody goes in or out of there. Like it's you have to give up your life and become an Apple.
Oh, you said you would be willing to do it.
Yeah, yeah. I, the thing is, I can't get in there. I can't get my foot in the door because they won't even let my foot in.
Mm.
Not at Apple, at least.
Yeah, you need random luck. I actually used to have really good. How do you have interesting luck? So I went to SIGGRAPH back in 2003 when I was in San Diego. You know what SIGGRAPH is?
No.
So SIGGRAPH is this big technology convention they do every year, and they show off the latest technology, shit that will eventually make it to market. Like they had, in 2003, I mean that's where Cintiqs did debut. I used the first Cintiq back in like 2001, right?
Hmm.
At SIGGRAPH, and then in 2003 they had these TVs that were just vapor. Like it was crazy. They had these vapor that you just it was projected. I was watching it wasn't Finding Nemo, it was clips from the DreamWorks films that had yet to come out. Like it was before a lot of the movies came out. And but just projected onto gas and shit like that, all sorts of tech stuff. But they were building the stadium. They were just starting to build construction for the Padre Stadium downtown, so they had fucked up all the fucking transportation. So um, you couldn't get through construction. So when the trolley dropped me off, I was like, fuck, I gotta walk around this thing. And this one guy was trying to cut through, and the police officer's like, oh no, you can't. And so I shot the shit with that guy, and he's like, well, I'm just gonna take my car up there. And I get in his car, and it's a fucking Corvette. I'm like, oh, this is cool. So we get in there, and then he rear ends another dude. So fucking, we're stuck together for like an hour. He's like, "She don't want to go." I'm like, "Nah, I'll shoot the shit with you, man." So we're just talking about video games and shit. And it turns out he was the lead director for Red Lion Studios over at Sony, working on all the game day games. So he's like, "Yeah, man, dude, you want to get a job, dude? You know, you're pretty cool." So I said, "Great." When I hit him up, fucking EA got the exclusive license for the NFL. So
Man.
you know what I mean? I was like, "Damn, I almost made that work." You know, like almost had the thing right.
Yeah, I I know how that is.
You think you did it. You know, you're like, "I did it," and then you're like, "No, I didn't do it."
Yeah, that's man. I keep mentioning that pilot I worked on, but it's like it's got producers who produce stuff. It's got actors who've been in stuff. Like the writer writes for like he writes for the Ninja Turtles animated series, so he writes for like a real network. I'm like it's got all these people. Like the end product's good. Like
Yeah, it should work out, but then you're
it
like,
should.
I just, you know. And I mean, how hard is it to greenlight a pilot these days for, cable? It's not a long
Oh yeah,
shot. You know what I mean?
and it wouldn't be an expensive show to produce either. Like
Oh, it's Mr. Bean. You lucky bastard. You're holding back.
been working with Rowan.
You're gonna top the Jesus Tyrannosaurus Rex thing. It's my favorite. The Christmas one's my favorite one. He's in the little manger toys, and he's having like a Tyrannosaurus Rex come after Jesus.
That guy, like he is not an attractive man. I'm like you shouldn't have worked in like film at all. The
Yeah, the
somehow that
Black Adder was that good, man.
yeah.
Let's be honest. Shit holds up today. I mean, that first season of Black Adder is just fucking weird, but you know, it looks cool because they actually shot it out on location. but it's totally weird.
Yeah, so that's why I'm working on some of my own stuff. I'm like, well, if no one's gonna hire me to work on their stuff, then I'll just make my own things in the meantime.
Casey Jones fan film.
I
Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm.
I did end up watching that half hour one that guy did a while back, and he had pretty nice production value. He cast his brother as Casey, which I
Should have
don't
got an
think.
actor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the acting wasn't that great. Um, but I'm
How
like,
much is Game Cave going to be, Rob? Victor wants to know. I'm pricing between 30 and $40. It's 120 pages full color.
is that hardcover, softcover?
A soft cover. Hardcovers, I will offer them later down the road. For the Kickstarter, I'll have them available at a certain price point. Everything's being produced on my end in like quantities of 500. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm going super low tech, but it's 124 pages, thick paper. You know what I mean? Like glossy stock, shit like that. Fucking cool satin cover. So probably be close to about $30, you know, and then maybe $5 for shipping overseas, depending on how that works out. Which means I make about $5 a book. Not much, you know, but that's more
Overseas
doable.
shipping, that's killer.
Yeah.
Like, it's gotten so expensive. Is like I ship stuff fairly often for some of the Usagi Yojimbo forum guys, and they, even just in the last year, I feel like prices have gone up a lot.
Yeah. But honestly, like, I'll probably sell maybe 100, you know, but at 100, I make enough to do the whole thing, you know. So my Kickstarters for GameCube will be like around, the goal will be like around 4 grand. It's not even, you know what I mean? I can do
Mm-hmm.
that. So I've done that every Kickstarter. So
And then you got books you can sell at conventions.
that's
You
the
gotta like
point.
have some
Yes.
stock, you
So
know.
I don't have to fucking take prints to cons anymore. I can just go take the books and do commissions, you know? I can get out of this bullshit print game. So
Hey
get
man,
these prints, get
that's
get them while they're around, bro, because I'm not gonna have them like forever. You know they.
that's how I found you though, is through your prints.
Oh, I know, but it's eventually they're gonna bring the hammer down, dude, because people are getting crazy with them. You know what I mean? At
Yeah.
cons, and I don't blame the artists. I blame the people who run the cons. They've created an environment where people got to do whatever they can to make their money back because it's expensive. You
Mm-hmm.
know, didn't used to be 750 for tables at cons and shit, man. You know, they're trying to fill up these conventions with spaces and they're overcharging for things like Comic Cons. Not everything's San Diego, dude. You know, like so. Yeah, it'll be like $30, but that's what I sold it last time. So made 13 grand. So I don't even have it done. When people can see what it looks like, it should do all right. It's nice though because these sequentials are more like storyboards, which is how I used to draw all my sequentials until I got into comics and they got all mad at me. You can't draw these like storyboards, and now every fucking comic looks like goddamn like dude. You know, Kyle, I made the mistake of listening to people. Like, you know,
Yeah, I've made that same mistake. Like, hey Kyle, for our movie, we need to shoot, coverage. So let's do our wide, then over the shoulder, over the shoulder. Like, we can't do that for every scene. That gets really boring.
You
Like,
can
well,
for the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. And
case in point,
shot,
really
reverse
boring.
shot, shot, reverse shot. I remember the first time I picked up on that. I was like, this is the same fucking shot, reverse shot every time. And then Red Letter Media actually threw him under the bus. Like, look, shot, reverse shot, shot, reverse shot. I'm like, ooh, it's hilarious. Do something, make it interesting. It's not even visually interesting. It's just sitting there. This is what they use for soap operas. You know why? Because it's easy. Like,
Yeah.
not for movies. Not every shot. Just gotta be careful you don't start entering, Kenneth Branagh territory where you start using Dutch angles every fucking time the camera turns. You
Yeah.
know, here and there, but man, like if he had used Dutch angles only for Asgard, I'd have been like, okay, good call. But he started using it on Earth too, and I'm like, you can't use it everywhere, man. Like,
You got to use it to give like a visual style to a certain place.
yeah, fantasy realm makes sense. But Albuquerque, like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. And you'd be surprised at like how many directors I've worked with where I'm like, all right, uh, let's create like a visual look for this place, and then we go to the other one. They're like, oh, I want to do that again. Like, well, if you do that, then it loses kind of its meaning within that place. They're like, no, but I liked it. I'm like, yeah, you can have too much of a good thing though.
I do
Eh,
like ketchup. Put it on my muffin. You
yeah.
know.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's not my call exactly. Like, it's my job to take what the director has in his head and turn it into a picture, and that's what he has in his head. I'm like, I, I severely disagree. Mm,
Yeah, but you want to get paid too, so.
yeah, well, I had a short film I did in end of January, and I had some major, major disagreements with the director because he wanted all these super complex shots that we had gone made a shot list ahead of time, and it was low budget short film, so really limited budget. So I got the stuff I needed to shoot it that way. And we get up there, and it was up in North like Lake Tahoe, so
Mm,
it's not like we're close to a rental house where we can pick up more gear even if we had the money.
hmm
And he starts adding all these shots. And I'm like, yeah, we don't have the equipment for that. He's like, well, can we do it anyway? I'm like, it's gonna look terrible. He's like, well, let's do it. So I shoot it. He's like, how'd it look? I'm like, terrible. He's like, well, what do you need to do different? I'm like, not this shot.
Right. Yeah, I need the
And,
equipment.
but he was so in love with the idea of the shot he wanted that I couldn't talk him out of it. So we ended up with the terrible shot. And I'm like, can we get some other coverage so when this doesn't work in the edit? He's like, no, it'll work. All right. So learning experience from that. Next time I work with this director, I will hire a steady cam operator, whether he wants it or not.
Right. Oh, you did handheld?
Yeah, I mean,
Would you just walk carefully or some shit? Like,
yeah. Which, well, I had like
you
a doorway dolly, which is just a dolly that rolls on the ground. I didn't have
got
track
a
or anything.
shopping cart. Like,
Basically,
yeah.
because he had one shot on like a wood floor where we were coming off a wall into the shot, and that was the only dolly shot we had planned. So I'm like, okay, this will work. And then he's like, oh, I want to try all this other stuff now with the dolly, like on not flat level surfaces. Like, well, that's not going to work.
Right.
I ended up doing a lot of handheld stuff, and some of it worked, some of it didn't. And I kept asking him, like, I don't think this is working. Can we shoot some coverage in case this movement doesn't work? He's like, no, I really like it. I'm like, all right. At a certain point, you got to do what your boss tells you.
Not if you're Jim Cameron. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter what they say. You know? You break into the editing room and you edit that movie no matter what. That's
Yeah.
what he did, man. On Piranha 2, he broke into the editing room to edit the film. Awesome.
Like, I mean, if this was like a kind of make it or break it sort of project for me, then yeah, but it's
Right.
not. It's just a job that, like, all right, it's not really going to get me other work. And
Someone had to shoot all those Meatloaf videos, back in the day. I would do anything
but I won't do that.
that I won't do. I was listening to I was watching Collider video the other day, and Schneb made a really good comment about like, oh, that'd be like doing a sequel to Animal House as a TV show and only casting Flounder. And then Christian Harloff, the guy like host now, he's like, did they really do that? He's like, oh yeah, they really did that. And I had to remember like there was an Animal House show because I remember seeing it on like Nickelodeon when I was a kid, Nick at Night, and so I had to look it up, and it was called Delta House, and it ran for one season. Michelle Pfeiffer was in it. It was like her first job.
Hmm.
But the theme song is this crazy Delta House, Delta House. I'm like, they spoofed it in Futurama when smart show when Bender went to college and you know he went in his whole fraternity with these loser robots. But I'm like, that song sounds familiar though. So I looked it up, and it turned out that Steinman, the guy who writes all the Meatloaf song, he wrote that. And when the show tanked, he rewrote it as with that song where Meatloaf has a duet with Cher. So yeah, I was like, look at that. I just learned that whole thing right there. And I can go back to work. Oh,
How do we know anything before the internet?
I you know how I knew? Cinefx and Starlog. Like that's how. I gotta re-up my Cinefx subscription.
Cinefx.
Yep. I don't claim to know everything they're talking about in that magazine, but I do enjoy it.
Trying to remember.
It's
It
not
may have
cheap.
been a Cinefx that featured a movie I shot on the cover.
Probably.
Uh, looking through my old. Oh no, Film Facts.
Yeah, no one cares about film facts, Kyle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know. That's why it featured something I shot. We don't have anything else. No one cares anyway.
Right.
Like, no one's gonna read it.
I've never even heard of it.
Film Facts.
Yeah. Like FACTS or FAX?
FAX.
Okay.
I don't know. I went to. It was
It's
at Barnes
probably
and Noble.
cool. It's probably cool.
Probably not.
Mm-mm. Some of those smaller magazines have good interviews and shit because they got to try harder. Of course, there's a lot of those fluff magazines too. You're like, well, that was just total waste.
Yeah, yeah. I had a good run of months. Uh, I had Film Facts last April, Sci-Fi Magazine in October, Sci-Fi Magazine again in December.
I had one good when I. Everyone kept telling me, if you submit your stuff to Imagine Effects and they feature your art, man, that's gonna be it. That's how you'll break in. Artist of the month. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just submit my art and become artist of the month, right? That's how that shit works. So I sent it and I became artist of the month. And I'm like, oh wow, that actually worked. Maybe something will come of that. Like, yeah, we want you to do tutorials, and started doing those tutorials. I hated it. So I did it for a couple months, and went to go to the Avengers movie. It was one movie I went to. And his buddy I was stationed overseas in the army was staying at my dad's place because he'd married a German woman and they finally divorced 12 years later, and he was homeless. So I was like, you stay at my dad's place, dude. So he came into the States, and we're up at Irvine, And he kept telling me, Rob, you know how you're gonna solve your, here's what you could do to break in. Here's what you could do. You should do this. And I'm like, you don't fucking do anything. Don't give me fucking advice. He's like, well, you know, look at this guy. He picked up Imagine Effects. Look at this guy right here. He's pretty dope. I'm like, oh yeah. And then I turned the page. There I am, fucker. Like, I was like, the one time. He was like, well, I'm like, yeah. See, I'm in there too. But you don't know because you don't fucking do anything. Like, so the one time it played in my favor. Never got paid for Imagine Effects. They never sent the check. And I didn't get my free books either.
That sounds like a lot of jobs I see. Like, oh yeah, we'll pay you. We'll give you a copy of the film, IMDb credit. Like, never get a copy of the film. Don't get a check. I get IMDb credit because I add myself to the film.
I just bought a copy of that Leia game magazine from Retro. I just ordered one off their site. They didn't send one. They never sent me a copy of those magazines I've done. So, they send the check in the mail, like an actual physical check in the mail. So,
I guess that's the important part.
yeah, so I'm like, just keep the $10 and send me a copy too while you're at it. Like, you gonna see Zootopia?
I might.
I'm hearing really
It's
good things about that.
Yeah, I have too. And, one of my friends whose reviews I really trust, he liked it uh, a lot, very a lot. Yeah,
Very a lot.
good English, Kyle. It's one of those things where
It's enough to write on Buffy.
it's like Brian Regan, the comedian, talks about like saying when someone's leaving, you go to say "take care," and then halfway through your sentence, you want to say "good luck," and instead you end up saying "take luck." That was my moment. I should just stick with what I was going to say initially and don't change my mind halfway through my sentence.
It's okay. Just write your scripts that way. It'll seem legit.
Yeah.
It'll sound like you're actually talking.
The first movie I ever shot didn't have a script. It had like a description of scenes, but it had no real dialogue. And there's a reason people usually write dialogue for scripts.
Uh,
It's like it was like this alien invasion movie, and so it just ends up with people yelling and swearing, and that's pretty much it. Because like improvise like you're being attacked by aliens. Oh shit!
oh shit! That's all I say.
Basically,
Oh, oh shit.
hell no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'd be now you should just go full and do a whole movie where they only speak in tropes. It's a big trope. Just call it like trope. Kentucky Fried Trope.
The movie.
The movie. Call it Tropeville. Like you probably could do a series on Netflix called Tropes, and it's just a show based around tropes.
They do they do sort of sketch comedy stuff on there. I, I watched the first couple episodes of Master of None with Ansari, however you
Hmm?
say his name. Like, I like that guy. He's funny.
He's a funny guy. He was on Stern. That's how I came like a year ago. That's how I came to know who he was.
Okay, I watched Parks and Rec.
Hmm.
Like a lot of people came out of Parks and Rec. Nick Offerman. I mean, obviously he existed before, but
Yogi Bear.
Yogi Bear.
No, fucking with you. Yeah, well, parks. There's a lot of parks.
There is more than one. And because I didn't start watching Parks and Rec until after I had seen Guardians of the Galaxy, so I had no idea who Chris Pratt was when I went to see Guardians.
Mm.
And I'm like, wait, he was in a TV show? All right, guess I'll check it out.
He was fat.
He wasn't all ripped. What?
That's why the internet lost his shit when he took that photo of his abs. Like, what? Hmm. I want to say I'm almost done, but somehow I know I got the little glowy things to do, but it looks too animated, Rob. I'll hear about it. I just know I'm gonna hear about it. I'm like, well, that's what I do now, Tom. So pay me or die.
It's gonna check out there. Um, who's the publisher of this series?
Big Dog, but they co-publish with Aspen now, so it's the first time Aspen's published it.
It's gonna check out what their other covers look like if I can
No,
find it.
believe me, I'm not doing what they're doing. Tom's cool though. He's one of the few cool people I've met in this industry. I like Tom. Like I could just hang out with Tom. Like, he's a cool guy. He used to live out in L.A., so when we first started up Big Dog, he'd go out to Phoenix and pick me. I'd go, hey man, I come out to these shops. You want to, you know, hang out or? Because he'd have to drive across the fucking eight, by himself all
Mm-hmm.
the time. So I'm like, yeah, I was working at GameFam. I'm like, yeah, man, I got weeks off at a time. Sure, they're not paying me, so I'd at least go and try to make a few bucks. And that was fun. That's when he first told me about this idea. Look at the deal, Oz book, and it'll be a western. I'm like, yeah, you could. I was like, you could do all the fucking. You could. The Lost Boys could be a fucking cowboy gang out in the fucking desert and shit. Yeah. He was really trying to get me to draw this snake book.
Like,
It's a
as in like
book about
snakes.
yeah, it's for kids and they're like snakes. I was like, I'm not doing that. I don't think that's a very good idea. Hurt his feelings, I think, that time. So what, Tom, what do I know? I just know it's not something I'm interested in, and you probably don't want me working on it. I'll be that guy who fucked up the snake book, you know. Then when I started drawing, when I was doing the Richie Rich cover, he's like, "But you'll draw Richie Rich." I'm like, "Yeah, well, my dad likes Richie Rich. I like snakes." So I drew the Richie Rich shit for my dad. He got a kick out of it. I mean, I could airbrush the shit out of this thing and do, textured fur and stuff, but I don't know, man. I'm getting the feeling like my stuff's becoming a little over-rendered.
I think your wind-up robot guy would be a cool action figure.
So I designed everything to be an action figure. Like if I made the Kyle Wright the Kyle Wright comic, you would look like an action figure.
Nice.
So much so that when I did the Star Wars thing, that cover, Electric Tiki saw it. I'm like, those plushies are awesome. I'm like, well, if you ever want me to design some for you, you just let me know. Like, go get the license. I have their Al Bundy figure.
I would totally buy some Star Wars plushies.
Yeah.
I was talking to uh, Stan Sakai's merchandise guy. I was like, "Hey, we need Usagi plushie."
He's like, you want to foot the bill, Kyle? Like, and you're like, no, man, Etsy. Let's get some of those Etsy people to do it.
No, it's something he actually wants to do. Like because he actually mentioned uh, that he had been looking at some other plushies. Trying to see if I can find. He was talking about it. It's been nice because uh, like Stan hasn't had a lot of time to do merchandising stuff, so he's got
Enter
this.
Kyle. Merchandise. You could just pull up with like the snake oil salesman shit. We got your plushies. We got your fucking, we got your Usagi the hoverboard. Man, what he needs is a video game. Yeah. Some
Yeah,
hardcore style fucking.
they need a better video game. Someone did one for like iOS, and I played it for like 5 minutes, and the controls were just terrible.
Oh yeah.
I I was not impressed.
Oh, did I tell you? They have that deal on pre-ordering the Samsung S7, and if you do it by like March, whatever, um, through T-Mobile, which I'm at, you get like the Gear VR free
Oh yeah, I saw
and
that.
like 6 games and shit. So I just said, fuck it. I don't give a shit about what phone I have. So I think it cost me like $50. So that'll arrive sometime later this month, whenever they get around to it.
Nice.
I had to buy, another $100 for worth of accessories. So because you got to have a controller and you know what I mean, shit like that. But whatever. My wife's like, really? That makes 3 VR systems so far. I'm like, you can't count the fucking DK2 as a fucking system. It's a development kit. And she's like, what? I'm like, no, it's not the same. Like, then my other Oculus won't even be here till like June, so it's not like I actually have that.
Like it's all research.
Yeah, it's for Game Cave. She's like, looking at me. I'm like, well,
It's all a tax write off. That's all that matters.
so I told her you can put it on there. That's a legitimate research.
Yeah. Are you familiar with RWBY, the guys who do
Yeah, Ruby. Yeah,
Rooster Teeth?
Monoome. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's Uh,
They made the Usagi game.
no, they're the ones that he's looking. He wants to maybe have them do some Usagi plushy things.
They make plushies.
Yeah, they've got
That'd be cool.
not sure what the yeah, it's all RWBY kind of
Ruby.
Ruby. Okay,
Mm-hmm. See, how clever.
it is clever. I feel dumb now that I didn't. I,
I know. I know you do.
say it. I mean, I feel dumb all the time, but
No.
I feel more so than usual.
Someday you'll be at that acceptance speech at the Oscars, and
I'd like to accept this OSCAR for.
right.
So like what?
This O's car.
I've always wanted an Oscar.
I love Mac OS. Now I have O's cars. Yeah, like, so does this come with the star? Right? Does this come with the star? They're together, right? The star and this thing right here. Because I really just wanted the star.
If not, can I trade this in
For
for
the
a
star, right?
like who do I talk to?
They're like Carrot Top.
Uh,
All right, I gotta
uh, what was that movie he did? Like where he goes on like the board of directors.
Carrot Top.
Yeah,
Ah,
it's like
man, I
back in
never
like
saw that late '90s because I was in the army when
yeah.
it came out. I missed all
No, yeah. You
that.
you didn't really miss it
Sorry.
so much as you avoided the torture that was watching that movie.
You ever see the Vanilla Ice movie?
I didn't know he had a movie.
Look that one up.
Like, all I was aware of was his cameo in Ninja Turtles 2.
No, you missed the greatest movie ever.
And pulling it up on IMDb. Cool as Ice.
Yes. Yes.
He also played the role of Mark Twain in The Ridiculous Six,
Yeah.
which I will not watch. I refuse.
Don't you have to support Netflix?
Yeah, I support him in other ways. I watch all the
You leave all the Hitler porn on repeat.
yeah, just over and over. It's just my Windows background. I agree, Hector. Plushies do rock.
How long before they get around to remaking Close Encounters of the Third Kind as some cheap Lionsgate film? They can cast like Nick Cage in the role. Despite what people say, I like Knowing. Fuck people. I like that movie.
Which one?
Knowing?
Knowing? I,
Yeah.
I don't think I saw that
The
one.
one with the numbers. It
Yeah.
actually has one of the coolest visual effects shots I've ever seen in a movie to the point where I don't know how they did it, man. Like, there's this scene where this train derails, this subway, right, and goes into the subway and just starts hitting people. And the shots that they use, I'm like, I don't know how they did that? Like the way they cut it. It's really compelling.
Hmm. I'll
But the
take a
movie
look.
got panned. Oh, it's ridiculous. Oh, no, no. I'm like, it's one of those movies that if I had seen on like Cinemax back in the day, you'd be like, oh, remember that movie, dude? Like, oh yeah, that was cool. But there's a bunch of those fucking things. Like The Gate, or. That's how I found They Live. That wasn't a big commercial movie. Saw it on just cable one day. Evil Dead 2, the same way.
Now they're not exactly remaking Close Encounters, but the director who did Mud and Take Shelter, his new movie, he said, was very inspired by Close Encounters. It's called Midnight Special
Oh, I heard about
with
that.
Michael Shannon.
Oh, Michael Shannon's in it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll watch that. Did you see the movie he did about Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman? I think it was called Iceman.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
You know anything about Richard Kuklinski?
I don't.
Oh, scary dude, man. The book is awesome. I got the audiobook. Listen to it like once a year.
It's, I think I think Iceman's streaming on Netflix. I think I got it in my queue.
Yeah.
But
It's cool, man. It's definitely right. It harkens back to like the Miramax films, from like the 90s and shit. Feels like that. It's cool though. You know, Mike Shannon's in it. It's never gonna be happy.
I I don't think I have seen like a super happy
No, even
Michael Shannon
remotely
movie.
happy, bro. You know, the happiest movie he's ever in was in Man of Steel. You know, think about that. I mean, he's just a corpse in Batman v Superman, and it's already dark. Like might be the darkest superhero movie ever made. I'm like, it's because of Michael Shannon. Like,
Yeah, I just watched 99 Homes like a week ago. That was a depressing movie.
yeah,
Just because like I worked on a reality show when I was living in Arizona, and it was about these guys that buy foreclosed houses and turn around and they buy them at the auction and then turn around and sell them.
right.
And it's kind of a depressing show to work on because we go to these houses that they bought at auction, and there'd be like a Hispanic family living there, and they're like, we paid our landlord. Like, well,
Oh,
your landlord has not been paying
oh, and then
his house payments, and the house has
their
been sold.
shit. Oh,
I didn't take it.
no, you took it. I didn't take it. Yeah, that's what the guy next to the Nazi said. No, I didn't shoot him. But
But
I just
like
likened you your shit to war crimes. That's crazy. Like, such an ass.
yeah, we had stuff like that. We had like this guy who had served in the military, and he was getting like evicted, and he wouldn't come out of his house, and they ended up having to call a SWAT team, and they fired tear gas in there and crap, and
What?
like we were there the next day, and like my eyes were just like running because the tear
Yeah.
gas smell was so strong in there.
Oh, it just takes a little bit, man.
Yeah, I'm just like,
Yeah.
I feel bad for these people. Like, I hate working reality anyway. Like, reality is the worst.
It's
And
not
then,
really reality, anyhow. You know what I mean? It's faux reality.
no, this one was a little more reality. Like most,
Yeah, you were stealing people's homes. So.
yeah, we're stealing homes.
Stealing.
But I've worked so much. Well, actually, I haven't worked too much other reality because I turn it down now. I'm just like you guys can't pay me enough to work reality, but it's so fake. It's like it's all scripted. I worked on this pilot that didn't ever get picked up, where it was like the Good Samaritan, where it's supposed to be people pretending to be in need help, and then it was supposed to be people on the street, like either helping them or not. It was all actors. There was nobody involved on screen that wasn't like cast for their role.
And they wonder why it never took off.
Yeah, like when we were filming it, I was like, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of." Like, who gave you money for this?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Trump. Uh,
Did you see the John Oliver
oh,
thing?
yeah, I watch John Oliver all the time. Yeah,
Make Donald Trump again.
yeah, it's funny.
Uh, Yeah, so no more reality television for me. I'm done with
Like, you'll
that.
watch it, you're just not gonna shoot it.
No, I don't even watch it. I,
I watched MasterChef Australia.
I
I like that show.
I guess the one
Uh,
I, I, I did
uh,
I did work on a
uh,
it was it was just
uh.
it was like a commercial for one of Gordon Ramsay's shows.
Hmm.
That guy was so cool.
Oh yeah.
Like, he showed up on set. It was a smaller, low budget thing, but he shows up on set and he goes around and he shakes all of our hands and introduces himself to us like one by one. And
Nice.
a lot of people like who are as big as him, they'll hang out in their trailer, they'll show up on set, do their scene, and then they're gone. He was like super nice. Like during lunch, he was like hanging out with us, just like talking and stuff. And I later worked on was working on a commercial with someone who actually worked on Hell's Kitchen. She's like, "Oh yeah, he's super nice. Like he's super cool with all the crew on Hell's Kitchen." And I was like, "Oh
Yeah, he's a self-made guy, man. He's got
yeah,
respect for shit. He comes from nothing.
yeah."
So when people shit on him, I'm like, do you know what kind of shithole? Like, I grew up in Glasgow. You have any fucking idea? During the fucking eight, dude, when they were bombing people and shit, like, okay, he's British. No, he's not. Like,
When you're in Vegas, you should try out his place burger
I
at
went there.
the.
Yeah, the
Those are
fries are
good.
the fries are phenomenal too, man. Did you try those fries?
Yeah, the truffle whatever
Yeah,
fries.
yeah,
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 and the prices are very reasonable.
yeah. Totally reasonable.
Yeah.
Food's good.
The only bad thing about going there is like now every other burger I eat, it's like, I've had something way better than this.
I have tasted the truffle. Nothing else will do.
Tasted the truffle fries.
And you look at your bag of frozen, like, Hungry Man dinner, and you're like, you can never live up.
Yeah, yeah. Their sweet potato fries are pretty good too. They put like powdered sugar on them,
Yeah, I don't, I'm not,
but
I'm not
but
a big into
not as
that.
good. Not as good as the truffle fries.
Yeah, the aioli sauces, the sauces are fucking amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna definitely have those again.
Though
I break
oddly,
my diet for that fucking shit. I don't give a fuck.
one of my favorite cheap places right next to that is Earl of Sandwich.
Oh yeah,
Like I was I was shooting a documentary and we were in Vegas for a few days, and I ate at Earl like every day because I'm like, I don't want to spend my food allowance from production buying like expensive stuff. Like,
like like
so like
like platinum plushies. You got oh yeah, you got like truffle cones, like like truffle on a stick.
it's like the director and like the producers, like the producers all from New York and they all come from money, so they're just like, oh, we're eating nice. I'm like, yeah, I'm poor.
You're
Like
living at In and
so,
Out.
yeah. I'm just gonna here to Earl a sandwich. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna try out that Irish place you're telling me about. That's in New
Between
York.
9 and 11, they do clog dancing live, dude.
Oh
Best time to
yeah,
eat. Yeah. But
yeah.
if you can't make it during those times, just go anyway, dude. It's rustic food, man, but the fucking bread pudding, gotta have it, dude. Trust me.
Yeah, I can definitely make it in during those times because it's just a trade show I'm going to, and I'll probably only go to the trade show one day. No, there's the other couple days are just for fun.
I can't wait. I'm already looking forward to it. I go to the con only to go to that place, and I hustle at con just to pay for the bill. I'm like, we're eating for free. I don't give a shit.
like, yeah, guys, you gotta buy my prints. Like, I
No,
need to
I
go get
never
some
tell
food.
people to buy my shit. You know, I don't. I don't believe in that. I hate that shit. It will sell. You know, just keep yourself busy. Be personable. Oh yeah, we over here. You know, this costs this much. No, 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 no. Awesome. You know, but I never like buy my shit. It's the worst.
Yeah,
You ever go walk
I
through
can
artist
see.
alley and there's a guy's like, "So you like comics?" You're like, "No, fucker." You know what I mean? I'm here because I don't like comics. You know?
I'm here for the cosplay girls.
Yeah. I'm here for the guys dressed up like Sailor Moon. Actually, you got any of that? 'Cause you know they won't.
Yeah. Though I did have an interesting guy pitching a comic a couple of weeks ago at Long Beach Comic Con or Comic Expo. And
Oh
he's
yeah.
like, "Hey, do you like rocks?" I'm like, what? He's like, "Do you like rocks?" I'm like, I guess
He
so.
opens up his coat. I got a whole bunch here. Huh?
Uh,
You like quartz? Huh? You like?
his comic book was like about rocks.
I'm a gem dealer. You're like, yeah. Hey, you're like amethyst. Hmm? Mm-hmm.
Like, do you have any pyrite?
Yeah. Here, try that. He lays them out to snort. You're like, no, no, no. He's like, snort it. Nerd humor. I was watching that Key and Peele. You watch Key and Peele?
No.
There's this one. It's fucking dude. They do so many great skits, and the show looks great too. Like when they did it, they shot it really, really well. But there's this one where it's like a parole officer, and so he's the guy sitting there. He's with his parole officer, and the guy's like, "All right, you know, want to go through, you know, your what you're doing?" He's like, "Well, I'm doing this and that," and he's like, "Oh no, don't talk to me." And he pulls up a puppet. It's a little homie. It's a little homie. He's like, "What's up, my nigga?" Like, he's like, what is this?" He said, "No, don't talk to me. Talk to little homie." He's like, "You want to do some weed?" Yeah, you know. He's like, "No." He pulls out weed. Uh,
I like puppets.
yeah. Little homie, fucking genius.
Cool. Did you watch Arrested Development?
Not a lot, but I'm going to.
All right.
I'm just now getting caught up on all the shows that came out when I was in the army or started when I was in the army. I've never really been able to catch up with. Like I'm just almost done with Curb Your Enthusiasm, you know,
Okay.
shit like that. So, and
Like,
college it was tough too because I was always working. Like I'm one of the few people I know that went to school full time, had a full time job, and freelance. Like, yeah, that's how I did college.
yeah, I did the overnight Walmart working full time to put myself to college.
Yeah, Kinkos.
I was like, yeah, overnight shift. Uh, I think my favorite episode of Angel was the one where he gets turned into a puppet.
Oh, him and Spike.
Yeah.
I actually really liked the first season of Angel. The rest are okay, but the first season was really good. Although I liked it when they first got that hotel. That was pretty dark. That was until season two, right? Yeah.
I don't remember.
But the guy who played his sidekick committed suicide or died or whatever. That sucks.
Oh, the green guy?
No, no. In the
Oh,
first season, he had the guy that supposed to be his right hand guy. The actor actually died.
oh.
Yeah, he had substance abuse issues or something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because there was the green
They
guy.
brought him in season two to
Because
replace
he also died, I thought.
during the show or after.
I think, hmm,
I
good
think it was
question.
after. I think it
Must have
died.
been. It must have been
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, I actually stopped watching Angel when that shit went down with Cordelia. I was like, this fucking sucks. I'm not watching this. It's one of the few times
I
I quit a show.
I powered through.
I couldn't deal with it, man. I just like I like Cordelia too much to believe to me it never happened. Like I just can't deal with that. And they ruined like Wesley and her on that show. I've never let my wife watch it because I'm like, it'll just ruin shit for you.
Eh, you just pretend it ends after like the first two seasons. Uh, I want to do a show with puppets.
Everyone does, man. I was trying to get a puppet show going at Game Fan. We could just review games as puppets. Yeah.
One of my friends, uh, he's an actor that was in the second and third movies I shot. He he does puppet stuff, and he was on America's Got Talent this last season and made it to like the final round or top four or something like that.
You should do a movie, like a short film, where someone calls an Uber driver and the Uber driver shows up and it's a puppet. And, it goes downhill from there.
That'd be great.
It'll be like Collateral with puppets.
Just gets dark.
Yeah, it just goes completely like, and then it like delves into the road like territory. It can get just really bad, like
The question is, does the puppet acknowledge he's a puppet, or does he just think he's a normal person? And do people treat him like he's a normal person?
right. That's what I'm saying.
Like,
There's questions. Which way do you go?
uh, uh,
I stand by one of the greatest. Look, it's not a good film, I think entirely, but it's a film that Who Framed Roger Rabbit, right?
mm-hmm.
Like hard to watch because of Roger Rabbit. When you're a kid, you love Roger Rabbit. I always tell you, want to know when you grow up? When here's how you can tell you've grown up. When your favorite part of Roger Rabbit becomes Eddie Valiant. That's when you grow up because it switches. When you're a kid, you like the rabbit and all the cartoons, and then when you get older, you're like, I like the drunken Eddie Valiant and just beat the shit out of that fucking rabbit. Right? But yeah, I mean, they treated the tunes like they were, they thought they were tunes. So, but if they treated puppets like just normal, that's tough. I always liked it, like in the Muppets when they would just throw the Muppets out of car. Like they never stop vehicles to let them out. And it would cut to like just, Muppet bodies with like weight, bricks in them, and then it would just slide across the ground. uh,
Good old Jim Henson days.
they've been trying to make this realistic, like L.A. Confidential with puppets. Henson's company, the kid.
Oh, Brian?
Yeah, he's been trying to make that for the longest time. No one will fund it. I saw some concept art from it. It was like this murder scene, it's got the outline of the puppet and then there's just stuffing everywhere. Like,
That's great.
yeah.
Well, aren't they doing a sequel to Dark Crystal?
Yeah, sure. I've been hearing this shit forever. And Labyrinth and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Active development on everything, but nothing. What's really going to get made?
yeah, I guess.
It's like I was talking about that Venom movie the other day. Like, oh, they announced they're making a Venom movie. I'm like, it will never, ever happen. It's Avi Arad trying to fucking get something else going that he can have control over since he lost control of Spider-Man. And the minute Spider-Man makes money, they're gonna shelve it. So they can hire a writer all they like. Don't mean anything.
Yeah,
That guy's gonna get paid to do a whole lot of nothing.
like the number of scripts that actually get turned into movies is like depressingly low.
Yeah.
Like if I was a screenwriter, it's like, hey, I sold a movie, yes. It's never gonna get turned into anything, but now someone owns it and it'll never get made.
Yay.
Yeah. Like one of my former roommates sold a script. He's like, yeah, they want to fast track it and turn it into a movie. I'm like, don't get your hopes up, man.
They want to fast track it.
He's like, yeah, they're really interested in it, and like they want to start shooting like really soon. I'm like, like I don't want to be like the
That
downer guy,
that guy. I don't know that guy, but
but I am that guy. So
we know what it is you're gonna have to live with this dude when it doesn't go through and he's getting all depressed and shit. And I don't know, man. And you got to hear all the fucking. You're just like, look, it's never gonna happen. You know.
yeah, yeah, that's why. Like, as much as I may say, I hope my pilot gets picked up. I don't expect it to ever get picked up. I'd like it to. It'd be nice if it did, but you know, I'm not planning my future bills on it.
You just start hitting eBay right now. You start buying like arcade cabinets and fucking imported monkeys. Like, and you're like, it didn't go through. Like, what? Like, what am I supposed to do with all these monkeys? Like, I actually bought a barrel of monkeys, and it's like, ah!
There's
you
no
just
refunds on
you
these
just
things.
dump them on John Peters' lawn. Like you get one of those maps of all like the Hollywood homes, and you just toss out a monkey. Like I gotta get rid of them. I can't. I can't afford these.
Yeah, Dan Harmon was talking on his podcast about when he got his first like paycheck script sold, and he bought like a video game cabinet and was like all pumped. And then like 6 months later, he's calling up his buddy like, "Hey man, can I borrow money? I can't pay rent."
Yeah.
Apparently, selling job number one does not immediately translate into selling more.
I learned my lesson when I got my job at Play. You know, we're gonna be on full time, full time. We're gonna be artists. We're gonna do this graphic novels. We're building a video game. They sent me a check for 7 grand up front. I'm like, perfect. And I didn't see any more money for 6 more months. You know what I mean? So I went up to the
Yeah,
studios and I was like, I'm getting paid on salary. You know what I mean? Because the guy just wouldn't write anything. He was like, oh, I'm totally working on the scripts. I'm gonna rent a hotel. I'm like, wait, you don't have scripts done? You know, like big mistake of mine. I never actually asked to read the scripts. You know?
yeah.
Didn't actually dawn on me someone would spend that kind of money and actually not have anything written.
Well, it happens more than it should.
I've made some mistakes, you know.
Like I said, Men in Black 3, like they started shooting without a finished script. They got like a month in. They're like, oh well, got to go on a hiatus because we got to finish the script.
That's true. I
And
remember that.
that's the one where I was telling you, they have to pay their crew the entire like month or whatever that they were off while they finished the script.
Nice.
They're just burning money. I mean, I think on that one, if I remember correctly, they went into production because they had to start before the year was out for some tax reason or some big write off to take advantage of a write off. So they're like, we have to start shooting before the year's out.
Mm.
And so that's why they started that one. And they figured, even if we have to take a month off and pay everybody, we still come out ahead by starting shooting before the year's done.
Well, they come out ahead because they're Sony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did one show for Sony that went to their online channel, but I was not interested in season two.
Oh, Powers? Or that PlayStation thing?
No, it was a show called Chosen,
Never
which
saw it.
is actually a pretty decent show.
Hmm.
Um, but I just it's like it was produced by Sony, but they like farmed it out to some other. I mean, it happens a lot. Like other production companies actually make the show,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, pay wasn't great. Let's say that. So season two came around. I was like, do I get a pay raise? Like, no. And I was like, not interested. I mean,
You get a voucher for Earl sandwiches. Like,
yeah, yeah. So, and I mean, that was kind of the time I was at for season one. I was just camera assisting, which I hate doing, and so I was kind of getting out of camera assisting and into cinematography anyway. So, like, no pay raise combined with me kind of getting out of that job position. I was like, yeah, I've been busy enough. So I turned down the job and then like immediately had no work for like a month.
I've been busy enough. I know. Then you're like, fuck.
I was like, probably should have taken that for the paycheck. But it worked out. It's good I didn't do it. At some point, you just kind of have to. You got to cut your losses and like move on.
Yeah, that's how I felt about t-shirts.
T-shirts.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, I got so good at it. I literally would just start handicapping myself just to see if I could get through my job with some level of. I won't lie, dude. It just got very easy for me, because I do this shit so much. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, I can do. I mean, once I figured gradient maps out, all my t-shirt designs where I was like, oh, you need this, boom, boom, boom. Gradient maps every color scheme you could think of.
Yeah.
I
Like
was like, drop,
done.
drop, 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 drop. So I would actually, okay, I'm not gonna do anything until 1. So I can only do all my work in about 4 hours. I can do that. Like, and then 1 o'clock go, and then I would be like, here we go, and I would just be racing at the end. I'm like, I did it in 4 hours. This job's totally useless. Do, 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 do. I wouldn't let them know, but
Yeah.
it's probably when you should get out. But I need the
Yeah.
money, man. Like I was like, well, we've made it work since then, but I was like, fuck, I'm gonna be homeless. Yeah, stupid T-shirt industry. Stupid Marvel. See, people, there's a big difference between Marvel and Marvel's legal department. Marvel's legal department, no one likes. Nobody likes. Not even Marvel. But they gotta justify their existence. So people go, oh, it's because of Disney. Disney took over. I'm like, no, that's got nothing to do with Disney.
How long ago did Disney take over Marvel? Uh,
2009. They bought them in 2009.
okay.
2008 or 2009. Because I was working at Play, so probably 2008. I remember the day it happened, and they put a graphic up, and I'm like, I'm supposed to draw that graphic, and the fucking guy who ran the website was like, what the hell? Who's this guy? I'm like, it's my job now. Like, that's 2009. I used to be very territorial. I'm like, if I don't do it, they won't just. They'll be like, what's he doing? And I'll lose my job. Like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Which is I think, a valid fear to have in our industry. You know what I mean? Like, what's that guy do again? Like, you don't want to be that guy.
Who's that guy just standing there? Like, no, he's very important at one point.
He's totally doing something.
Yeah. Like he may look like he's just standing there, but he's doing stuff. Disney's done pretty well for themselves. They
Pretty well. They made
like
10 billion
like
this year on Star
they
Wars alone, dude.
they own Marvel, they
No,
own
no, no, no.
Lucasfilm,
Kyle,
they
they
own
made
Pixar.
$10 billion on Star Wars alone this year, between all the merchandising and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like the movie's paid for itself many times over
the
before it's even
movie,
released.
like,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like they only make movies to justify
I had this
all the
belief.
merchandise.
Well, I told my former art director, I was like, dude, in a way, they almost kick. This is like the most expensive Kickstarter I've ever seen because they started merchandising in September. They opened the toys up in September, that big Force Day. I'm
Mhm.
like, so they had been selling T-shirts and merchandise for 4 months almost, like over 3 months by the time the movie came out.
And that was before they even started merchandising
Yeah,
the
people were like, I'm tired of
females.
all these Star Wars shirts. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, there's it's all the Star Wars merchandise. Like 3 months before the movie came out. Who puts a shirt for a movie 3 months before it comes out?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, you gotta think about it, Mike. So the movies were paid for by the time the movies came out. You can get,
yeah,
if you've been to Disneyland, the shit was all over the park, for 3 months.
yeah. The one thing I don't get about Disney is how segregated they keep like their boys and girls stuff. It's
Using the
ridiculous.
term segregation in Disney is just funny to me, Kyle.
These are the guys who brought us Song of the South.
Look at the South, the entire frontier land where we just omit, Native American genocide and all that other shit.
Yeah. But it's just like, I mean, Avengers 2 in the movie, they got like Scarlett Johansson coming out of their flying ship on the motorcycle. You go to buy the action figure, and it's Captain America coming out of the ship on the
I'll tell you
motorcycle.
why. That's not Disney. That's Walmart.
That's
That's what they
Walmart.
don't. That's what they don't tell you. So
Really?
when yeah, so when like I drew an Avenger shirt. This has been the longest time. I draw an Avenger shirt and it's like can't put Scarlet Witch on there. Put Wolverine. I'm like he's not a fucking Avenger. I mean he might have at one point been an Avenger because everyone was, But I'm like, no, that's those are the buyers at
Hmm.
like Walmart and those people. They say take it off. You know.
Do you think they had say and because I know like the
Yes.
Ray action figures?
Yes. That's all. What they don't tell you is those are the stores.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. And Disney's not going to throw the store under the bus, because
Yeah.
it's their bread and butter. So, but yeah, no, it's the buyer at the stores that do that. There's no
Interesting.
mandate from Disney or any of these companies to not put the characters in. They're fine with whatever character. They don't care. Yeah. If it's in the Spell Guide, you're allowed to use it. If it's in a toy, she's in there, they can do it. But it's just Walmart be like, boys won't buy it. We don't care. They're stuck in an old way of doing things, and they have for the longest time.
Hmm. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because you see all these internet articles about it being Disney. They're like,
Sure, what
oh,
does the internet
Disney.
know? The
Yeah.
internet's a lot like the news. You think they got a valid point until they talk about some shit you actually know about.
Yeah.
Like this news is totally right. That ain't what? Like, that didn't go down that way.
Yeah. I love it when I read articles and then it starts talking about something in film. I'm like, whoa, 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 that's not right at all.
Yeah.
And then at that point, I'm like, oh, how much the rest of this article isn't right?
All of it.
Yeah, I guess I was just surprised that it surprised me that Disney wouldn't be like, dude, this isn't our doing. But I
Well, they're
guess they
not going
make
to
enough
ruin those
money that
relationships. Yeah.
yeah,
Why would they?
they're making too much.
Yeah, because they threaten shelf space if they do. They're not going to lose shelf space over the internet.
Yeah,
Crying foul.
yeah. I wonder though at what point something like Star Wars has enough leverage to where Disney's like, you don't want to carry it on your shelf? Fine. People aren't going to shop there, and they'll go where the Star Wars merchandise is.
No, I don't know. Like that's not even it. Like they don't care. Like Disney. Look, the problem is it comes down to who's gonna have to pay for chargebacks. Shit that
Hmm.
doesn't sell. That's all it comes down to. So it's like Disney can say that, but if they're not footing the bill for chargebacks, then who's gonna listen to them?
Yeah,
Because if it's your ass on the line, you know what I mean, or your $10 million in $100,000 worth of T-shirts, or $1 million worth of toys sitting on that wall.
Hasbro's going to be like, whoa, 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 hang on.
Yeah, I mean, like, who
We're
cares
not
what
paying for
Disney
this.
says? Yeah, like at the end of the day, this is what fucking it goes to. You bring this giant sales sheet in there, and you go, look, this is the fact of the matter, you know. So, it's nice to, really want to do the, equal gender and all this shit, but the fact of the matter is, I personally think it's bullshit. You know, like there's no reason why you can't have at least one female action figure on those walls. It's not that big a fucking deal, bro. But I can just tell you how they get. You know.
Yeah. I guess you run into that in Hollywood too. They're like, oh, we have to have guys don't want to see like female action like movies. I'm like,
Well, what did Chris
really?
Rock say at the Oscars? It's not like it's discrimination. It's just you're just not a cap. It's like sorority. You know, it's sorority style discrimination where it's like, it's not that you're not, you can't do it because you're black. It's just because you're not a Kappa, you know, not Kappa
Yeah.
material. And I'm like, well, that's exactly it, to be perfectly
Yeah.
honest.
I know, like for Hollywood at least, and black actors, they're like, we're just looking at the dollar. They're like, internationally, white people sell a lot better. Unfortunately, like it's just an unfortunate statistic. Like movies that star white people
But
make a lot more
it
internationally.
also proves that internationally speaking, a good property, it doesn't matter. Look at Fast and the Furious, you know, as
For
long as it
sure.
has a good property, no one cares,
Yeah,
so like they're applying old school standards, you know, to a different formula. It's not the same thing. Okay, a solo movie starring a black actor might not play well overseas, right? But you put them in an ensemble where they're fucking running around, you know, stealing banks and shit. No one cares. Everyone's fucking in. So it's just like
lambda lamb.
the lambda, 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 lambda. How many people know that?
Hector does.
Hector does. Hector knows his nerds. Nerds. All right, so this is as far as I'm going to take this today. I might revisit it later on today and tweak some stuff, but I figure it's good enough. You
Good enough for cover work.
know, good enough for fucking whatever they're paying me. You know, I'm telling you, Kyle, man, I don't like working for people. Like,
There's something about being your own boss.
I mean, they won't pay me to draw Rick and Morty, but you will. So that works for Rob. You know, it says, "Good to tell me, but it's not real Rick and Morty." I'm like, it's real to Rob. Like I don't. I worked in T-shirts. I worked on all these big licenses, and it doesn't count. So you know what I mean? Like none of it because it's a T-shirt. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
So you're right. It's true. No one cares. So it's like, well, I worked on a bunch of stuff that didn't matter, and it was real. So what does it matter? You know. Anyhow, dude. Thanks for hanging out with me, man.
Hey, no problem. I'll catch you later.
All right, later. All right, folks. I'll be back on later today and get some sleep.